Hanging from a thread till you dead, cause your partner put a price on your head. Cause your chick was laying up in his bed. She getting details, spilling every word that you said. She working retail, thirsty bitch just trying to get ahead. If history tell us anything, y'all both end up dead. It's just a street tale, a fable, some shit someone said. Sit at the table and hope there's more to offer than bread. Pulled out the cradle, first steps you getting chased by a fed. No head starts, just body parts and lead sparks. Old religion, brand new hate and weak hearts. Oligarchs, krakens, dragons, you see sharks. Imagine you could manage to maneuver the deep part. You a savage, you can have it, just show all your teeth sharp. If you could grab it, you could stab it, just aim for the bleeding heart. The ones that show compassion, a soldier that seeks art. Does the artist that wage war take over or take part? Taking a knee, thinking no one faithful is me. I'm good people in bad lands, no evil live within me. I mind mine, I'll survive, find this lands for the free. If I'm mistaken, I'm forsaken, no one rescuing me. Residual effects, stray bullets through familiar necks. For any number of infractions that I deem disrespect. Your beliefs, you deserve better, but we both in the shit. You just haven't come to grips with it yet. Fight or flight, and they ain't really nowhere to go. If your back is against the wall and you ain't throwing no blows, you gon' crumble in the rubble, become blood in the snow. If you a victim, they collect them, grab the body and go. Dig them and ditch them, total disregard for the soul. Gas them and lit them, watch the flesh burn in the glow. Where we live and catch a shivering, it's a hell you don't know. Your best hope is that your dying ain't slow, or your dying's a show. Where we at, it's every man for his own. A bloody backdrop, where killers just zone and slice flesh to the bone. Masked and gloved up front of your home. A flash of gun, but the side of your dome. Fresh blood from a stone, dents in your sense. Kick your fucking ball through the fence, dare you to say something. No sense in sitting around in suspense. Find out what's next, open your fucking mouth, disrespect. See the extent of how my life is intense. She beautiful and oppressed in a permanent summer dress. She a servant and still she blessed. Children cradled against her breast, whispering prayers, wishing their souls the best, knowing that they forgotten, not forgetting they're blessed. The bloodiest red lights, just piles of dead life. Something must be broken, the glyphs wasn't read right. You think them Bible papers will shed light? Yeah, right. Burn after reading, tell the preacher I'm leaving. What is poppin', people? Welcome back to the Ill Cartel. I am your host, Shy Ill, and we are back in the building. Thank you for joining me tonight on this lovely Friday evening. All right, hope everybody had a great week and got after that paper. Come on. Oh, I broke it.
I broke it. I broke the machine. What is popping, y'all? I broke the money machine. What's happening? Lo cago el gallo. What's popping, y'all? Salutes. All right, as soon as that money sound pop back up, we're going to hit them again. All right, as usual, I wish abundance on your pockets. Salutes to y'all. Thank y'all for joining me today. We got a couple of things to cover. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to hang out, do hood rat stuff with our friends. As soon as I get this back popping. There we go. All right, hope everybody's having a great week. Hope it's beautiful wherever you're at. Welcome. All right, this thing is broken. What's going on here? All right, check in the chat. Make sure you hit that like button on the way in. We'll let the notos go out. Let some people get sent over here. Oh, there we go. All right, let's try this again. Hope everybody took this week to get that million. Get that money, man. Get that money. All right, salute. Shout out Shannon. Shannon said, good night. I said, damn, Shannon, you bouncing on us already? Definitely a good night so far. All right, salutes to Shannon. All right, hit that like button and wipe your feet on the way in. Yeah, don't bring outside shit in here, man. All right, shout out Zoraida. TGIF. I don't know what that means. Thank the Guzmans it's Friday? Oh, shit. Just kidding. I got jokes. Saludos. Happy Friday. Hope you got some rest last night and having a good, blessed Friday. No rest. No rest. Right? Your boy saw the sun come up today and then cheated on his diet. All right. Shout out Tere on the check-in. All right. We'll be listening in the middle of finishing our garden. Let Patrick know y'all need to, find a little spot back there where the kids can't see and, drop in the sacred plant, man. Y'all need a little sacred plant section. Salutes. Shout out Quasi. Good day, everyone. Good night, everyone, from Trinidad and Tobago. That's where I need to be right now, man. Trinidad and Tobago or something like that. Sitting on a beach somewhere. By the beach. That's where I need to be right now. Salutes to y'all. Let me pin this TTS over here. Salutes. A couple of things we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about another one of Chapo's exes coming out to speak on him. And,
from the makers of Better Than Bullion comes Better Than...
Yo, you wildin'. She's dropping the secrets on him. I'm sure it's nothing that we didn't see, on the horizon. All right, let's get it. YouTube tripping. Don't let me get the live chat over here. Dubo's always fucking with me, huh? Make sure y'all check out the Jay versus Primo retrospective video. It's doing well right now. I'm going to drop the link for y'all in the live chat as soon as I get this pinned. There we go. All right, boom. Pin that. Let's get it. Shout out Marquise checking in from Wisconsin. Salutes to you. Appreciate you. Shout out Shannon. Oops. Oh boy. Checking to see if you're awake. Yeah. One of us is awake. It's probably not me though. It's probably you. You probably had the right idea. All right. Shout out Marquise. This high quality H2O. Right. But yeah, make sure y'all check out that video. Let me drop the link for that in here. Right, it's doing well. Give it a push. Share, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit the like button. All that good stuff. Boom, here's the link. If you guys haven't seen it yet, make sure y'all check that out after this live stream, alright? Let's keep that algorithming. We got a bunch of uploads dropping in the next couple of days. The segment we did on Panu, Segment we did on Rocha's disappearance. We got the segment we did on Cata and Stefano discussing the options left for Ivan Archibaldo. So we got a couple of things lined up to go out. What else? But tonight we're gonna cover the ex-girlfriend, and we're gonna get into this. It's an old story, but I know nothing about it, and I keep hearing about it through the chat and through the comments. Y'all know that's what I'm here for, to learn and you know, sift through the bullshit and
bullshit.
You know, get to the truth and show it for what it really is, and make sure we show the cheerleaders that cartel life ain't nothing to be glorifying. Because I mean, all you got to do is go into the gore section of our Discord to know that. All right, these are demons in human form, if you ask me. Boom. There's the Discord link. Shout out my brother Oso on the check-in. Salutes. Welcome. All right. Bow. Trying to let the Noto go out. Next week, we may be a little late. We might be on time, but we may be a little late. All right. I got family business to tend to. So it might be 8 o'clock, might be 9 o'clock, might be 7 o'clock. I don't know, but we'll be here at some point on Friday. All right, salutes. But yeah, we're going to get into the story of Ivan Archibaldo allegedly taking the life of a young lady from Canada in 2004. I don't know nothing about the story, what it was about. I just know people keep jumping into the chat and, you know, telling me this, telling me that piece of it. And I figured tonight would be the right night to dive into the whole thing and see what we could find. Wow. All right. We also, I thought this was funny. Shout out Tere and Zoraida and Shannon and everybody that be dropping links in the Discord. It seems that Google Earth can't even, you know, escape the cartel. All right, Google Earth, all right, trolling through the roads in Mexico, and you know, run up on by the Google Earth car, and they looking like, ¿qué fue eso, güey? I'm surprised they didn't shoot it. Pretty sure it didn't have a driver. I'm surprised they didn't turn it into a military vehicle, but these guys, I don't know whose clique they with, but oh, they CJ&G. There you go, CJ&G on his chest. He's about 12 years old. Boom, caught by the Google Earth. All right, can't escape the Google Earth. Shit is on your heads. I thought that was funny. All right, boom. You might hear the buzzer and the bell today. It's a system that I'm using for my editing to, when I go off topic, I hit the buzzer. When I go back on topic, I hit the bell. That's so my editor can check it out. I'm trying to get rid of that. We're working on another system where I can hit a button down here and it could just send me a timestamp and we don't have to worry about those bells and shit. But for now, for today, you might hear the bells and whistles. Shout out Velez on the check-in. He's singing the song and shit. It sounds just like this.
I came in like a wrecking ball.
Yeah. That's Velez's song right there. Shout out Velez. Alright. Talking about crying heifers. They all be crying. Just like that. Crying, writing letters and shit. Supposedly another letter was written. The lady that we're going to cover today that says she's Chapo's ex says that writing isn't his. There's somebody acting like Chapo, I guess, writing letters. But I see people on the internet saying that's not the real Chapo in prison. Stop it, people. People are too crazy. Everybody's looking. Yo, you guys are in the wrong business, man. Write a script. Go. Try to sell that shit. Try to get it produced. You guys got stories all day long. And there's out there people talking about how it's not the real guy in jail. It's some other guy. Just because somebody's writing from outside, like what? So he's trying to get the fake guy out? Like, what are we talking about here? Sounds stupid. Sounds extremely stupid. Right? But your boy, we here for a good time, not a long time. We'll see how it goes. Your boy been up many a night trying to continue to tweak and tune this system. It's working. It's working. As y'all can see, thumbnails stepped up a little bit. Shit's working around here. So salutes. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Salutes. Shout out TJ Best. Ask Primo if he's the real Chapo. Man, we gotta ask somebody, man. They said it's not the real guy in there. And if he's not the real Chapo, maybe he knows where the real Chapo is. Shout out Velez. Check the biometrics. It ain't him. Did you check his biometrics? How'd you do that? With your finger? Huh? How you know it ain't him? Did you check the biometrics? Huh? You checked his temperature or some shit? Velez, you wildin' today. Recipes mentioned for what? But what happened? Why him now? What's going on? Is that the same one we saw in the interview a while back? No. That was the 15-year-old. Right? That was the 15-year-old. And this is a different one. This is a different one. One that I hadn't seen before. We're gonna see what she's talking about. She's on the news, Chapo's girlfriend. She's on the news, you know. I guess everybody's looking to tell a story right now, you know. Also, did he check his temperature also? What the fuck is this guy talking about, man? That guy been in the bolsita since early already today. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. We haven't even got started yet. We just chilling. All right, we're hoping that Patrick and Tere are planting the sacred plant in their backyard. Right, he Jamaican, always need the sacred plant back there. Shit. Velez left. Bochorno. He was embarrassed. Shout out Third Coast on the check-in. Appreciate you. Smoke something. Will do. Give me a second. Let me get. I got some translating to do. I can't get too many names and tongue twisters and shit. Maria Conchita Alonso Fernandez Garcia Venezuela. Shit. El 28. Shout out Oso. That's a wild statement. I mean, what the fuck? He said check the biometrics. What's he talking about? He got fingerprints and shit? Where's Velez's dog? Let's piss his dog off. We're also going to have the Il Cartel news dropping that we did on Friday's stream of the capture of El Gavito. Another one. Another paper soldier. They're going to replace with the kid that goes to get the cokes. Shout out Velez. It was all planned out. Gave up a fake Chapo, and they losing the war on purpose. Damn, they losing the war on purpose now too, coño. To get the heat off them so they can live in peace and spend their money. Yeah, that's why they gave up everything to the 4 letters so that they could blame it on somebody else. Man, that wasn't us. That was them. Officer, Your Honor, it was them. Not us. But let's get it all figured out, man. Is the girlfriend the one that Chapo put in the Mexican Congress or something? I don't know. But why y'all... if that story existed, why y'all didn't tell me about that one before? What the fuck? He put somebody in Congress. Estaba de Escobar and shit. Had political dreams. First you get the money. Then you get the power. Then you get the woman into Congress. I don't know. I need to know that story. Hopefully she talk about it. Hopefully the reporter said, bitch, you remember when you was trying to be a member of Congress? Damn, this shit don't got a translation. Brutal. Oh, wait, let's try it in the Edge browser. Fuck it, man. Let's give it a shot. Why not? Let's see if it fuck up again. see what we got here. I don't remember how to see, I don't remember how to hit the translation on this shit. Oh, I'm not even signed in. Alright, that's too much bullshit. I'm just gonna translate this. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Salute to Zoraida. She is back by popular demand. Salute to you. Alright. You gotta hear Velez's stories. Velez got stories today and shit. Happy Friday, y'all. Let's get it. Bro, they pick who's gonna be governor of a whole state. A whole ass state. What's a little seat in Congress? Just a little seat in Congress. Alright, put my little love thing in the little seat in Congress. Don't worry about it. But sir, she qualified for the position, of course. Of course, she's qualified for many positions. I've qualified her for many positions in our time knowing each other, and I think she'll do fine in Congress. No mames.
No mames, güey.
Chinga tu Congress, ya valió.
Chinga su madre, ya valió.
Empezamos con la increíble historia de una mujer que mantuvo una relación sentimental con uno de los
We'll start with the amazing story of a woman who had a sentimental relationship con el Chapo.
líderes del narcotráfico más notorios de México y
One of the leaders of the narco-trafficking, one of the largest leaders of narco-trafficking in the world.
de todo el mundo. Me refiero a Joaquín El Chapo Guzmán. Lucero Sánchez conoció a
Lucero Sánchez, former partner of El Chapo Guzmán, opens up about relationship with Sinaloa cartel leader. Hold on. We might have to go to the the Latin Times first. She recounted how they met, a 2014 escape in Culiacán, and the recent letters allegedly sent by El Chapo to U.S. prosecutors seeking a review of his case. Hold on, I might want to read that before we even go to the video. Let's see. Latin Times. Let's go find that shit. Let me see. What's that lady's name? Damn, I just shut it down. Boom, there we go. Nope, that ain't it. I want the newest one. Where's it at? Give me 1 second, y'all. I'm trying to find this shit. Yo, that video said that there was a story about Lucero Sanchez. Oh, I put LA Times instead of Latin Times. There we go. Got him. Let's get it. Oh, yeah, May 16th. That's the one. All right, shout out Velez for putting me up on game. Hold on. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Shout out Velez for putting me up on game. He said, is this the girlfriend that Chapo was going to put in Congress? I didn't even know that story. Right? He asked if she was if she was, or I asked if she was qualified for the positions, and it seems Chapo qualified her for many positions. Nando said, hey, Trompito's if Trompito's the president, anything is possible. All right, saca la bolsita. Of course she's qualified if Trump's in office. Salutes. It's Mexico, bro. Bar might be even lower over there. Coño, man. God.
Coño, man.
You out of pocket. All right, let's get it. Former partner of El Chapo Guzman opens up about relationship with Sinaloa cartel leader. She recounted how they met, a 2014 escape in Culiacan, and the recent letters allegedly sent by El Chapo to U.S. prosecutors seeking a review of his case. There she is. Carifreca, what you smiling at? It has been nearly 10 years since Joaquin El Chapo Guzman was sentenced to life in prison for his role as a co-founder and leader of the Sinaloa cartel. Despite being confined in a cell inside the maximum security ADX Florence prison, his name continues to make headlines. Earlier, yeah, because everybody's just going to make a headline. The guy turns over from one side to the other in his cold concrete bed, and they want to make a story about it. Earlier this month, El Chapo again became a major topic in Mexican media after sending letters to U.S. prosecutors asking them to reconsider his case and transfer him back to Mexico. In the letters, he claimed prosecutors blamed him for crimes he did not commit while shifting the blame towards Mexican officials. Shifting the blame. That's he's pointing the finger. All right? Renewed attention surrounding El Chapo has also brought several figures from his personal life back into the spotlight, particularly the women with whom he spent time during his years leading the Sinaloa cartel. In a recent interview with Mexican journalist Adela, Lucero Guadalupe Sanchez Lopez, a former local lawmaker in Sinaloa and former romantic partner of Guzman, recounted some of the experiences she endured during her relationship with one of Mexico's most notorious drug traffickers. That whole paragraph is fucking absurd. All right? It's absurd. A former lawmaker, okay? A former local lawmaker and her romantic partnership with the head of the cartel. But everybody's like, come on, politics and the cartel, they're separate. Two different things. They don't go together. Nothing to see here.
No, mommy's wait.
She said, I lived through many difficult things alongside Joaquin. I fell into Stockholm Syndrome and stayed with him. Shut the fuck.
Shut up, bitch! Shut your fucking mouth! Get out!
Shut the fuck up, man. Ever since somebody taught somebody some, what's her name? Stockholm Syndrome. Patty Hearst? Ever since they taught everybody about Stockholm Syndrome, it's every scapegoat that everybody that was having a great time uses to not leave the situation that they're in. You was having a good time. You was partying. You had power, chicas, champagne. All of a sudden you had Stockholm Syndrome. Everybody self-diagnosed. Stockholm Syndrome. Just cop to it, man. I wasn't shit. I was out of pocket. I was being a little social. But I'm clean now. I have a new life. Tell the truth. Fuck out of here. But with the Stockholm Syndrome shit.
Shut up, bitch!
No. Que no pasa nada. Nah, nothing to see here, bro. Mira que she fell into Stockholm Syndrome. Okay, that's a fucking problem. Shout out Sam. I think the ex-girlfriend from the article was actually elected in Sinaloa. The politicians in Mexico are so intertwined with the traffickers now that a lot of people just see it as normal. The same as they see as setting everybody on fire normal. The same as they see, every time somebody get locked up or smoked that the whole city got to suffer normal. The same as this is the problem. And I know I'm not talking to you specifically, Sam, but this is the problem. Everything is too normal in Mexico. He might not have put her in that seat. Fuck she doing sitting on his lap though. You know? Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. She out of pocket. Stockholm syndrome. No mom. Fuck that.
No mommy's wake.
Get your fucking shot.
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
Sanchez says she met Guzman when she was just 20 years old and working as a stylist. Well, wait a minute. Wait a minute, Sam. Right? Wait a minute. Sounds like she was a hairstylist pre Chapo Guzman. So we might have to take all of that back and go back to the original statement, which is it's just a little seat in Congress. No worries. Chinga su Congress, ya valió.
Chinga su madre, ya valió.
Puta party perico, but I had Stockholm syndrome. Yeah. Estocolmo. The fuck out of here. All right, once they said that shit in the show Money Heist, Casa de Papel, everybody learned what Stockholm syndrome was, and boom, now everybody got it. You wasn't a hoe. You wasn't a thief, a junkie. You wasn't none of that shit. You had Stockholm syndrome. You couldn't leave. You were scared.
Shut up, bitch! Shut your fucking mouth!
Crazy. Shit's ridiculous. So, Sanchez says she met Guzman when she was just 20 years old and working as a stylist. According to her account, she was hired by a cartel member to provide services in a community within the so-called Golden Triangle, the mountainous region historically used by drug cartels to cultivate narcotics. She says she spent several weeks effectively isolated in the community of El Carrizo de la Petaca in the state of Durango before being allowed to return to Culiacan in a vehicle provided by Guzman himself. Wait a minute. They jumped past a whole bunch of shit. She met him when she was 20 as a stylist. That's what she was doing at the time. She was a stylist. Not how they met, not nothing. She's doing services. That means she was she was in the ganga, bro. She was in the ganga.
Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
According to her account, she was hired by a cartel member to provide services. What that mean? Huh? Services? ¿Qué clase de servicio? What kind of services you talking about, nena? In a community within the so-called Golden Triangle. So she was called on to use her stylist powers in the Golden Triangle or some other services. To provide services. Doesn't say what services. She says she spent several weeks effectively isolated in the community of El Carrizo. Why you was isolated? What you was doing up there, huh? What the fuck were you doing up there? In the state of Durango before being allowed, because now she was a victim. A minute ago was services. Now she had to be allowed to leave. Before being allowed to return to Culiacan in a vehicle provided by Guzman himself. After months without contact, Sanchez said they reunited in Culiacan and later moved together to Baja California. Yeah, she sounds like she was what we would like to call with the shits. She wasn't nobody's victim. She knew who he was. She knew what he did. She knew what she got herself into. Miss me with the Stockholm Syndrome. Probably doing the wife's hair and makeup, right?
No mommy's wake.
You throwing out. You throwing bail and shit. Maybe she was doing hair. Okay, maybe her services. They had her sequestered. She knew what she was doing. Vamos a ver. Let's see. During the interview, Sanchez said her relationship with El Chapo eventually ended after she discovered hidden microphones and cameras inside the vehicle Guzman had given her.
No mommy's wake.
100% she was with it. Huh? These big men with all the women, right? Send her off with 100 bodyguards, still insecure enough to have to put a camera on her and all of that shit. Man, I gotta watch you like that. I don't want you. The fuck? That's too much work. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. These big men with little egos and huge insecurities. I mean, with huge egos, and huge insecurities. These little men. Why did he have to monitor me? She recalled thinking. I was the person who had done the most for him. Sure, I showed him he had no reason to doubt me. Okay. After discovering the devices, Sanchez says she confronted Guzman at the home they shared, where he allegedly beat her. Oh, shit. Maybe you probably shouldn't have. First of all, you shouldn't have got with the drug lord, most wanted list man. And then number two, you probably shouldn't confront him when you find the cameras in the car. But that's just, what do I know? He had conflicts with his other women, and those conflicts ended up falling on me. So she's saying those other bitches cheated on him, and he didn't trust me because of them. This sounds like a bunch of little kid bullshit. Humans are fucking weird. He was distrustful, and it caused me enormous stress. Well, what the fuck were you doing there? Sitting on his lap and shit. Sanchez says she never saw El Chapo again after that incident until she later became involved in his criminal trial. She said she voluntarily surrendered to U.S. authorities and ultimately testified as a cooperating witness. What? Payback a bitch, huh? If I don't get you now, I'm going to get you later. That's what she's on, right? I don't get you now, I'm going to get your ass later. So supposedly they didn't see each other again after that day. And then she voluntarily surrendered. Surrender what? Was they looking for her? What are we talking about here? Sanchez has lived in the United States for the past 9 years after serving as a local deputy in Sinaloa from 2014 to 2016. So when were they together? They were together in... I don't really know. Well, it had to be before he got popped off for sure. So, of course, common sense would say. Oh, they met in 2014. Wait a minute, man. This shit don't make sense. Nah. There's a lot of bullshit in this story because it's not making sense. Because it says here, they met when she was 20 working as a stylist. But it also says that she was a local deputy in Sinaloa from 2014 to 2016. So she wasn't a stylist, and it also says up here that they met in 2014. Oh no, that's a 2014 escape. I'm sorry. I didn't see the apostrophe. All right, that's me. That's my fault. I was like, what? That just goes to show you how deep I'm trying to fucking look for these lies. But I don't know that it still makes it tells me more that he put her in her seat, in her position. One of the most dramatic episodes Sanchez describes during the interview was an escape attempt she said took place in February 2014. According to her account, she and Guzman fled through a hidden tunnel connected to Culiacan sewer system during a military operation aimed at capturing him. Guzman was captured days later in Mazatlan, and Sanchez said attorneys linked to the drug trafficker tricked her into visiting him at the Altiplano prison facility. After entering the prison using false documents, her image was leaked to the media, sparking a national scandal. Hold on, so she was tricked by who? Attorneys linked to the drug trafficker tricked her into visiting him. Here's what's funny about this shit, man. There's no accountability whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? I didn't want to be there. I didn't want to be with him. I didn't want to do none of that shit. I wasn't the one that was cheating. He had no reason to mistrust me. And these lawyers sent me to this place and they tricked me into being there. Like, come on, man. Nothing? You didn't do none of it? No, mames.
No mommy's wake.
Shout out. Shout out Miguel Lopez on the check-in. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you for being here. Shout out Cody on the check-in. Like how you're talking about the Canadian girl. Story I heard said he was mad she wouldn't give him the number or something. Then yeah, I will see. I don't know nothing about it. Yeah. And she was there when he got caught. But when she got caught going to visit him, after entering the prison using false documents, her image was leaked to the media, sparking a national scandal. Sanchez says she believes she was used as a smokescreen by Guzman's legal team while the cartel leader prepared his infamous prison escape through a tunnel connected to his cell. So that was what, 2014? So he didn't... When did he get popped off again? 2016? I believe so. Sanchez also addressed the recent letters allegedly sent by El Chapo to prosecutors requesting a review of his case. According to Sanchez, who maintained a romantic relationship with Guzman for years, the handwriting in the letters does not belong to him. He writes in cursive, Sanchez said, arguing she is deeply familiar with his handwriting because they exchanged letters for years. From where? From jail? Y'all exchanged letters? It sounds like you could have got away at it. It sounds like when you wanted to get away, you got away. That don't sound like Stockholm Syndrome to me. You know what I mean? It sounds like to me when you wanted to get out, you got out. When the jig was up, when he blacked your eye, and you wanted to get out, you got out. Enough for you to testify against him many years later. So miss me with the Stockholm Syndrome, man. Everybody want to be the fucking victim. Stop it. Some nuts. I know his handwriting very well. In fact, I still have several letters from him, she said, adding that she believes the documents may have been written by one of Guzman's attorneys. Well, I don't understand what the whole letter circle jerk is about anyway. I don't see why the attorneys would be writing those letters if they know the judge is going to crumple that shit up and throw them away and tell them to go get their fucking shine box.
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
Shout out Velez. I think in the Adela interview she talks more in depth. Yeah, but that's probably a long interview I don't want to translate. Let me go see if they got audio dub. Shout out Kenny on the check-in. Salutes. We just getting started. This was our first article. You could start the replay, put it on 2x speed if you can handle it, and then catch up with us. Shout out Kenny. Shout out HG on the check-in. Salutes. See what this Adela interview is talking about. Let's see if Adela got a audio dub on that shit. Bro, Adela wasn't having it with that fake ass lawyer the other day. She earned a lot of respect from me for not giving a fuck. She didn't give no fuck. But she could have gave less of a fuck and kicked him off screen, but that would have ruined the show. She had to keep him there. Hold on, I gotta scroll because this was a couple of days back. Couple weeks back. I don't see it. Velez, drop a link for me if you can. Oh no, you probably didn't even see the link. You probably just peeped it and kept it moving. Let me see. I don't see it though. What's the lady's name? Lucero. Is that her name, Lucero? Oh, okay, I got it. Got it. That shit was okay. Let's see if I got a transcript. Translator. Bow, got him.
Well,
Let's get it. Translator probably gonna sound like straight shit, but we're gonna give it a shot anyway. All right? We gonna give it a shot. Let's get it. Boy, that lady right there, look at her. Crip keeper type shit. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Shout out Miguel Lopez. Let's get it.
well, look, now we're going to talk to a woman who, at some point in her life, I imagine for a good part of her life, knew Sinaloa and its entire network and its complexities very closely, who knew how both politics and organized crime work, because I insist at some point she was close to and if participated in both worlds. Selenium. A woman who has had to face justice in the United States and who has been rebuilding her life for a long time, especially by writing books. She has written several books about everything she has gone through. Her name is Lucero.
Damn, she's written several books. I mean, this lady here, boy, several books? You couldn't write one book? Several books about what? How long was your relationship? It sounds like shit was good. You was loving it. You found the cameras. You confronted him. He did you dirty. Your Stockholm Syndrome went away and you bounced. You took the seat that you got in government. You rolled that shit out. You went and visited him in the prison. And you bounced again. And then you testified against him. Like, what the fuck are we talking about here? Huh? What the fuck are we talking about here? Who the fuck is that guy?
Sanchez, she was a deputy. And in fact, she was known for many years by a nickname that, of course, she doesn't like, but she won't explain it to us in this conversation.
What was the nickname? Does anybody know the nickname they gave her? I can only imagine. I can only imagine what the nickname is.
That we are going to have.
She said she got a nickname that she doesn't like, but she won't explain it. I don't know if we're gonna make it with the translation. We'll see.
They called her the narco deputy. But I am very pleased to greet Lucero Sanchez, former local deputy for Sinaloa, about this topic and about everything that is happening now in Sinaloa. How are you, Lucero? Good morning.
Hello, Adela. Good morning. First of all, thank you very much for the opportunity to use your microphones, and I am very grateful for the invitation.
Let's see, tell us, Lucero, because with everything that is happening, it seems to me that if anyone knows how the two worlds, Wado Dapuelid, you were part of worlds.
Jesus Christ, what the fuck was that?
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Wado Dapuelid.
Whatever the fuck that means. Hit that like button. And what two worlds? What? The fucking world of hairstylists and cartel bosses? That was the world. She's in the same world as everybody else, and then she got in his world, and then she got out of his world. And then she wrote 12 books about it.
You were part of worlds. And how they work together to put that, well, I understand that you are currently in the United States, right? And you live in the United States.
That's right. Engala. Well, first of all, I wanted to tell you that what we're experiencing.
Damn, she went from an accent to no accent. Hold on, hold the fuck up.
No, mommy's waiting.
Hold on, man. What?
States, right? And you live in the United States.
That's right. Engala. Well, first of all, I wanted.
That's right. Sí, yo estoy aquí en los Estados Unidos. What the fuck is going on with this AI, man?
That you are currently in the United States, right? And you live in the United States.
That's right. Engala. Well, first of all, I wanted to tell you that what we're experiencing right now in Sinaloa, especially with people who are on other side of the border, has never been seen before. This is the reality. In all the years that I was in both worlds, as you mentioned, I had never seen anything like it.
Yo, she just made it clear to her, you're in the U.S., right? Yeah, I'm in the U.S. Us people here in Sinaloa and what we're going through, like, what? You're in the U.S., bro. That shit ain't got nothing to do with you at this point. Nothing. We're gonna lose this. We're gonna lose this English bullshit, this AI bullshit. Like YouTube, it's almost not worth it at this point. You know what I'm saying? It's almost not worth it at this point.
La guerra que se está viviendo ahorita en Sinaloa es algo atroz.
All right, so all you're gonna hear is me. I'm gonna do the translation, and that's what it's gonna be. Shout out Jose Kane Barajas Martinez for the sub, I believe that was. I didn't get to see it because Streamlabs is tripping. But yeah, we're gonna go without it. Let me lower that. Let me lower this. I hate when I do this because I lose my.
Jose Kane Barajas Martinez just subscribed on YouTube.
Shout out Jose, salutes, appreciate you, thank you. Yeah, that translation is not worth it at all. I just want to figure out how I'm gonna do this. It's gonna be hell for my editor to edit it, but let's give it a shot anyway. Right?
En Estados Unidos.
Así es, Adela. Pues primero que nada decirte que pues lo que estamos viviendo ahorita en Sinaloa, más que nada las personas que se encuentran pues del otro lado de la frontera, pues nunca se había visto.
Yeah, see, I don't know why she started talking about that instantaneously, right? Adela asked her, you connected both worlds. How did that happen? You're in the United States, right? Yeah. And then she's like, yeah, in Sinaloa is fucked up on the other side of the border.
La realidad. Pues lo que estamos viviendo. Así es, Adela. Pues primero que nada decirte que pues lo que estamos viviendo ahorita en Sinaloa, más que nada las personas que se encuentran.
Well, we're living in Sinaloa. Well, the people on the other side of the border, she corrects herself, but
pues del otro lado de la frontera, pues nunca se había visto. Esta es la realidad.
we've never seen anything like it. That's the reality.
Yo en los años que estuve dentro de los dos mundos, como así lo mencionas, jamás había visto tal cosa.
In the years that I was in both worlds, the way you said, I've never seen.
Velez sent $25 pa calentar motores. Beer emoji, tumbler glass emoji.
Motores is better, bro. Motores is better. Shout out Velez for the $25 power chat para calentar motores, all right? A beer in the shop. Appreciate you, sir. Thank you very much. All right? I like that. That's much better. Calentar motores. Get them engines running, all right? Salutes. Oops. I just confused the shit out of my editor for sure. The cartel insider with the mask did I ask me anything on Instagram, and I asked who's winning the pizzas and the hats, and he replied the hats are in a much better position. So he did Q&As with his mask on, so he was there then he's not an avatar. Everything behind him is fake. He probably real. All right, boom. get it.
La guerra que se está
She
viviendo
said, in all the years I was in that world, I didn't see nothing. I never seen nothing like it.
ahorita en Sinaloa es algo atroz, especialmente por todos los desaparecidos que hay, todas las muertes que hay día
She said, all the missing people, and she ain't lying about that. All the missing people, all the dead, other people dying on a daily basis.
con día y las cifras pues son incontables hasta el momento. Yo te puedo decir que desde luego, obviamente, siempre se ha conocido que tanto el narco como lo político trabajan en conjunto en ciertos temas.
I know I've known like for a long time, and everybody knows that drug trafficking and politics works together on certain issues.
Cuando yo estuve de diputada, pues no estaba tan empapada en este tema de
When I was a congresswoman, I wasn't so immersed in this issue. I want to know the bridge. Where's the bridge between stylist and congresswoman? Is Chapo the bridge? That's hilarious to me, boy.
el narco y política para mí eran mundos nuevos, pero como te
For me, the narco world and the political world were new worlds for me. Yeah, we know. You ain't come from neither one of them.
vuelvo a comentar, nunca se había visto una cosa de tal magnitud como lo que se está viviendo actualmente.
But I've never seen anything of the magnitude that's happening today.
¿Cuándo fuiste tú diputada? ¿En qué fecha, Lucero?
When were you sworn into parliament and what dates? I hope Adela gets after it right here.
Yo fui diputada en el año 2014 a 2016, Adela.
Ya.
From 2014 to 2016.
¿Y qué es lo que veías en ese entonces? Y tú fuiste muy cercana al Chapo Guzmán. De hecho, tú participaste.
And what did you see in that time? You were very close to El Chapo Guzman. In fact, you participated in the trial against El Chapo Guzman, and you were very close to him. Did you know how they operated with the authorities, with the governments, etc.? Well, I never really saw him having any close conversations with any official on duty or was in the office. Of course, nah, nothing to see here.
No, mommy's wake.
Not me. The better question Adela should have asked her was, how did you get into Congress? You know what I mean? And then she said what? That it was known that they were colluding?
Lo que sí se sabía es que estaba
What was known was that they were colluding. So you knew, motherfucker. For example, the municipal and state police forces, they even used the patrol cars that belong to the municipal police and federal police to operate as people, I guess that's a saying, as people who threw water on them. What? Translation sucks too.
municipal y la federal para pues operar, ¿no? Como
So they used the municipal and federal police cars to operate.
personas que les echaban, como decían ellos, aguas, ¿no? De cuando había gobierno, cuando había alguna riña o que entraban en
Oh, I guess she meant coolers. She's trying to say coolers. Like, they used those cars, and those were the guys that they sent to you know, put fires out and shit.
enemigos, cosas de ese tipo. Pero la verdad en sí, a mí nunca me tocó presenciar de que Joaquín se
But I, myself, never witnessed Joaquin sitting down to talk to any official. He stood up. Echar Aguas is looking out for them. Okay, yeah, fixtures and shit. Hold on, give me a sec. Let me go get my beer and get the door. Be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, shout out Velez for the guava. Let's get back to it. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. All right, we're here for a good time, not a long time, but I ain't in no hurry. When I became Congresswoman, I did so under my own responsibility. Why you open up the conversation with that? Huh? Because you know that I know that you know that I know that El Chapo was the bridge between you and Congress. He said, hey, come here, girl. Let's get something straight between us. And boom, she went straight from Studio 54 hair salon to Congresswoman. She's wild. Hold on. Let's make sure that translation is right.
Obviamente, cuando yo entré a diputada, lo hice bajo mi responsabilidad y bajo mi decisión.
Yeah, when I got in there, it was my responsibility, my decision. You know what that reads like to me? Chapo told me to go do this, so I did that shit.
Ya que pues él no estaba de acuerdo, obviamente, en ese entonces él y yo...
Since he did not agree. He didn't agree? Obviously, at that time, he and I had gone through a break in our relationship. Oh, so she went afterwards? It's kind of strange to me, too. But is there really an afterwards? Because when did she get caught in the jail? It seems like there was never afterwards. It seemed like she was always around, you know? Like that baby mama you can't shake? Yeah. That's what it feel like. That's what it looked like. Like she loved him. She wanted to be there. Lawyers tricked me into going to visit him in jail. What? I'm out of pocket or I just be seeing the bullshit? Y'all let me know if I'm out of pocket. Oh, my bad. Guava Jumix. It's loose. See, this bell system's all fucked up because I don't remember if I hit the bell, the buzzer. Who gives a fuck at this point? I'm going to go back to editing my own shit. So they go through the breakup and then she becomes Congresswoman? Or was that a consolation prize? I don't know. She lost me when the first shit out of her mouth was the Stockholm Syndrome shit. Like, come on, man. Stop. We got to stop doing this shit. Everything in Stockholm shit? No. Y'all ain't terrified to get into the mess, knowing exactly what the mess is. But on the way out, Estocolmo. I don't get it. We had gone through a break in our relationship. And that's how I really entered politics. But for me, it was something very new, and obviously, within that field, you learn things. Even when I was a congresswoman, which was the first time I learned that it was It was in Mazatlan I started receiving many threats when I first became a congresswoman. Whether by phone, anonymously. So I approached some politicians to express some things that I was already going through, both in that relationship and all the threats I was receiving. So miss me with the Stockholm Syndrome. If you had Stockholm Syndrome, you leave, and you leave scared, and you sit your ass down somewhere and just be scared, right? If you leave, and now you want to go talk to people about it, and you want to go push the line, and that don't sound like Stockholm Syndrome. That sounds like superhero syndrome. Like you want to save the day and shit. Like you want payback. Oh, you want to videotape me, motherfucker? Huh? Because your other bitches is cheating on you? And who gets up with these men, these brutal ass men, and then cheat on them? That ain't no Stockholm Syndrome. She's a gangster. All right? If she got the cojones to do that shit, then she's a gangster. She playing with her life for real. There it is, Cody. They like that good life, then don't want the consequences. I see it all too often, and a lot of people blind their eyes to it. Why? Because they're women, or even if it's men. You know what I'm saying? They be like, oh, they make excuses for certain people and pick and choose for others, and it's like, come on, man, cut the shit. Cut the shit. I ain't picking on no women. I'm picking apart stories. But there's never gonna be a story that's 100% the truth. You know, to take honest motherfucker to get you that shit. Everybody got to put a little extra crema on the motherfuckers, man. Everybody want to be a Chapo, but nobody want what comes with it. That's it. He don't even want what comes with it. He want to give that shit back. He got what came with it. He want to give it back. You know? So, yeah. It's crazy. I don't think we're going to make it through this whole... I'm going to skim through this shit. After being practically left alone in that field, and what we discovered was back then, when I went and filed my complaints, I realized that they were colluding with him. So she go and she snitch on her ex-boyfriend to the politicians, and the politicians go holler at him and say, what's wrong with you? You don't know how to control your bitches? What's going on here, man? We're living in a soap opera. 20 mujeres, un chapito. The fuck? So she goes and realizes, oh, they're colluding with him. I'm over here complaining to his boys. Previously, his lawyer, Chuitoño, was the director of the municipal and federal offices in the state. In Culiacán. I learned that he passed away, and that's how I found out that they have this communication between them, and they started operating in this way. Yeah, she's doing a lot of triple talking. Joaquin was a very reserved person who didn't tell me certain things, and there was a lot of it that I didn't know about. And that's another thing, when you guys talk about these women that they were with, man, y'all living by this today ass standard of this, that, and the other. They're not sitting around watching Netflix fucking all day and all night. They're not cuddled up. You know what I'm saying? He probably see her, and then when he's done seeing her, see you later. With most of them. And then everybody's like, she gonna be the next boss. What? All they was doing was fucking. That was it. Just fucking. That's it. Miss me with they would walk the land and hold hands as Sicarios watched anxiously. What are we talking about here? That's how I realized how rotten the system is, both politically and also how the criminal groups work. Obviously. See, not so obvious. She said obviously. How is it obvious if you jumped in head first? If it was obvious now, it's obvious then. Stockholm Syndrome. Miss me with the bullshit. Adela says, so you're going into politics. Why did you make this decision after ending your relationship with Joaquin El Chapo Guzman? And why and how did you make this decision? And who supported you in becoming a congressman? Well, we weren't together, but we were still friends. And he asked me if I could do something for him. And I told him I still love you and I'm always going to love you, so I did. Bullshit. In essence, Adela, I made my decision because I was going through a very critical situation with my relationship with Joaquin. Between him and me, the breakup happened mainly because there was physical violence. And I tried for a long time to get out of that relationship. How many do you think he had at one time? Did he house them all? A little bit about my relationship with how my relationship with Joaquin started is a topic I was talking about a bit in the footnote, where, well, how I met him, how the relationship happened. It didn't start in a good way. Well, then right there, it was a wrap. It was too late. So I never agreed with certain things, and that's how it happened. I ended up staying, obviously, because you get caught up in the day-to-day. She's talking bullshit. She's talking in circles. Dance, bitch, dance. She's dancing. She's dancing. Things started off the wrong way, but I love that shit. I was having a good old time. HG, was she having a good old time? She sounded like she was having a good old time. She just don't want you and I to know she was having a good old time. All right? Shout out HG, super loser type of woman. Listen, I ain't say it. What he say? But what he say? Fuck me for? I ain't say it. But shout out HG. She sounds like she's talking bullshit.
Bullshit.
I want to see the translation. Let me see how she said it.
Ciertas cosas nunca estuve de acuerdo, pues no inició de buena manera, entonces yo
Yeah, it didn't start in a good way. Yeah, it's the exact translation.
ciertas cosas nunca estuve de acuerdo.
Certain things I was never in agreement with. You didn't have a place to agree or not agree. What the fuck? You had no place to agree or not agree. Throw that over there. Throw that out the way. Not like that, motherfucker. Shout out Oso in the building. Salutes. Yeah, you ain't in no place to agree or disagree. Evidently, you agreed enough to, lay down. All right? That's how it happened. I ended up staying, obviously, because you get caught up in the day-to-day in adapting and accepting certain things. And I ended up staying with him. Besides, why would I tell you that he did try to win me over? He tried to do certain things because for him, as I felt, it was like replacing certain bad moments with something good, right? And this doesn't mean that I'm taking away from the fact that bad things have been done. I want to make this clear. You didn't give a fuck then. You didn't give a fuck. You didn't give a fuck. You didn't give a fuck. You was doing your thug thizzle. Okay? You was living the life. You thought it was glamorous. And when you got there, you realized, oh shit, this is not good. Not even a little bit.
Oh shit, not good.
Not good. Not good. And her spite ran so deep, she said, I'm going to testify against this motherfucker. Watch.
Fucking typical.
I'm going to testify against this son of a bitch. Watch. Shout out Primo on the check-in. Salutes. I'm going to have to edit this one myself. I fucked this all up already. She knew what it was, but the money blinded her to ignore the red flags. Yeah, at that point, you are decorating your castle with red flags. You decorating that motherfucker, man. It's goddamn fan. At that point, she's decorating the castle with red flags. Many people get confused about the topic when it's discussed. I've tried very hard not to talk much about that subject. I bet. You ain't trying to get cornered. Have to answer that shit with those lips. Since people are very confused about how this relationship came about, what my life was like, and how different stages of this relationship with Joaquin went, I know it's very difficult for people to believe that you can live this way with a person in violence and not accepting certain things. Stop. She keeps repeating the same bullshit, man. That shit is nothing. Bullshit. Empty words, man. Identify them. People say them every day, all day long. Empty ass words. But really, that was my story. I experienced many difficult things alongside Joaquin. I had to accept myself in many ways, mainly adapting to the process. And I must tell you and mention that I will acknowledge, I won't deny, that I fell into Stockholm Syndrome.
No.
No, mommy's wake.
Shut up, bitch! Shut your fucking mouth! Get out!
Come on, man. Shout out Zoraida, 100. She knew what she was doing. Come on, man. Estocolmo. She got Stockholm Syndrome all of a sudden. That shit is ridiculous. I'm not going to lie. I'm going to tell you, I fell into Stockholm Syndrome. I didn't fall into love and the life. I didn't fall into, this is nice. It's powerful. I fell into Stockholm Syndrome at one point. Stop. When many things happened between us, many things that she's not going to say. And I just kept getting stuck. I really kept getting stuck until I reached a point in my life where I said I no longer waited to tolerate certain things. I felt very stressed. Well, there were many situations that could no longer be tolerated. Yeah, you were able to tolerate what he did to everybody else. You weren't able to tolerate what he did to you. That was the difference. That's when shit got real. So I was like, yeah, you're not going to say nothing. Your BS story might not add up. This is like the type of lady to piss on your head and tell you it's raining. I see why he made her a congresswoman after 5 minutes of hearing this. Congreso, man. Congreso. Chinga tu Congress, ya valió. Chinga su madre, ya valió. There was physical aggression, yeah. You knew he was physically aggressive? You ain't never see him with a motherfucker tied to a beam at El Cielo? You never seen that? You knew he was physically aggressive. It was until that shit landed in your bedroom. Now, Estocolmo. I got Stockholm Syndrome all of a sudden. It was really because I discovered microphones and cameras in a car that Joaquin had supposedly given me, where he was constantly watching me. He already had conflicts with some of his other wives. This shit sounds so stupid. Oh, shout out HG for the translation. Thank you, I appreciate it. HG's translation is, I think she means, I love the gifts, the trips, and the money. Okay, she got the money.
Million.
All right? I think you're right. Great translation right there. He had conflicts with some of his other wives, I wasn't even a wife. I was just a side chick for his other wives. I'm not even in the pecking order. But I don't know why he mad at me for. Why he trying to see me in the car talking to the driver. Because of all of his other conflicts he had with his other wives, it affected me. His distrust of us. And all of that had me way too stressed. Yeah, shit got real. That's when shit got real. It was at that moment.
It was at this moment he knew. He fucked up.
That's it. It was at that moment. Hold on, what'd she say? One of these girls was even arrested in Sinaloa. Conflicts between them. I'm not going to stray too far from the topic. Yeah, you can't talk about it. I'm concerned that's what happened. All right. I heard enough about that shit. The day I decided to leave, I remember that day because he had actually given me a gun as a gift. you could say a 25 caliber, and I carried it for personal use for self-defense in any situation. Well, you needed it that day. You confronted him about about the cameras. All right? I had it at my house. When I found out about the microphones that my sister, may she rest in peace, she had also passed away. We discovered the microphones, and what we did was that I got very upset. The truth is that the reality of the thing is, I asked, why does he have to watch me? I'm the one who's done the most for him. I've shown him that he doesn't have to distrust me because I would never dare to put my family, my children at risk. You fucking dared. You dared getting in, and you dared when you getting out, and you dared when you got out. You dared. You dared to get in. You dared to get out, and then when you got out, you testified against him. He knew what the fuck you were. That's why he was watching you. And you knew what he was. And you thought that shit wasn't going to bleed all over you. That ain't it. That ain't it. If there was one thing I was clear about from the things he told me, it was that wherever I went, he would find me. And I was always very clear about that. So it was one of those things I was experiencing, as I mentioned now, that I very stressed. I no longer slept. I no longer lived. I no longer had peace. I no longer had tranquility. The jig was up. I hope you stocked up on all the shit he gave you before, because the party's over. So one day, what happened was that I went to the house where I was temporarily sharing with him, and I told him about the situation, that I had found the cameras or whatever. And in my anger, I took the weapon. Wait. Let me ask you something. Was he just violent to her? Or did she come over there with the strap that he gave her and try to play the Karen and put the hammer in his face, and then she got slapped up in that eye, and then she say that's domestic violence? Did she put a hammer on him? This looks like what she's about to allude to. I could be wrong. All right, salutes. I could be wrong. Not only is she delusional, she entitled too, indeed. She blinks a lot when she talks. That's all that lying. Shout out Ish on the check-in. But let's say she a gangster if you ask me. Yeah, I would believe that you'd believe that. You know, every day it's just, you know, the court of public opinion, Velez, is just slipping and sliding. I don't know what the fuck you're doing, bro. You know she got crazy with him. We about to see where she cops to. It sounds like she's going in that direction. One of them girls that as a dancer was a dancer some of her days. You sure this ain't Jason pulling out straps on people? I put a gun to his head. Shut your bitch ass up, man.
Shut up, bitch! Shut your fucking mouth!
I'm gonna have to edit this shit my damn self. Hold on. Shout out Zoraida. JP, mi querido amigo, ¿dónde te metes? In the Overwatch in his ghillie suit, on bullshit, waiting for his, what's it called? His fashionably late entrance.
Or smut.
Or I'm gonna say the wrong shit and he gonna call some smut on his name. She in Delulu town for sure. She thought she was special. Boy. So let's see if she up the strap on him. I feel like putting out a poll first to see if she pulled a strap on him. Let's see if he just, if she said, why are you watching me with cameras? And he said, mind your business. Don't talk to me about no cameras. Or did she, Karen, and put the strap in his face and then got knocked out and then called that domestic violence? That's, you lucky you survived. Went to the house I was temporarily sharing with him. I told him I had something to talk to him about. the situation arose, and in my anger, I took the weapon. So my thought was to hurt myself, really. And when this happens, that I pull out the gun, he goes at me, and well, a shot goes off, right? So I did hit him in the ear, but it wasn't like I did it to hurt him. What? Yo, I never thought I'd be clearing a chomo like Chapo from fucking domestic violence charges. but I just cleared a chomo like Chapo from domestic violence charges. What? She upped the strap on him. There was a discharge. She trompitoed his fucking ear. And then she said she was a victim of abuse. Evidently, he ain't whoop her ass before this. She said this was the shit that broke the camel's back. So you only got your ass whooped for... all I hear is... And I hear JP would play. All I hear is Tupac in my head. You up your strap on me, you better kill me, motherfucker. Like that. That's... Yo, she's wildin'. HG. Zoraida. Shannon. She's wildin'. Wow. Crazy shit. Shout out Ish. I don't know. It depends, man. Like in the heat of the moment, she probably blew him and got forgiven if that happened. What? What about him? See, you love them toxic relationships, don't you? you type of motherfuckers that motherfucking still on each other in the parking lot at the game and then be making out on the way home and shit. Still on each other until y'all in love again and shit. I don't know, man. He lucky. She lucky. Well, she said that was the end for her. He beat her ass and then she had to bounce. Well, don't upstrap on psycho killers that you decided to be with. Fuck are we talking about? Shout out Valer. She lucky to even be alive telling the story. Bro, but did you see how a woman will do a jury, though? I love women. It's just some filthy, dirty, biased, destroy people for no reason ass people out there. And some of them are women. And do you see how she would go in front of a jury and say, well, it was domestic violence. He beat me. But in my anger, because I was angry, I wouldn't have normally done that, but I was angry. I took the gun out. And I wasn't gonna hurt him, I was gonna hurt myself. But he attacked me. Well, I mean, shit, I'm attacking a motherfucker that pulled a gun out. What are we talking about here? Everybody...
it's run or flight.
Yeah, fight or flight, yeah. And what the fuck are we talking about here? So look how she could do a jury, though. That's nasty work right there. And here she is, not putting nobody in jail, just telling a story to the news and shit, and taking no accountability for anything that she did. Nothing. Not even up and strap on him. It was her anger that did it. She didn't do it. Shout out Dap. She's exaggerating for sure. This is why I believe she's not exaggerating. Because she's still trying to cover up the fact that she did all the foul shit first. You know what I'm saying? If she was going to exaggerate, she'd exaggerate. She'd tell you, I went in there, I gun butt him with the hammer in his temple. He stole on me. No, she's trying not to say it and in the meantime giving herself away. So that makes me feel like she's not exaggerating, and I think Buddy took a trompito to the ear. You know? Now, maybe that's an exaggeration, and maybe the way she says she hit him in the ear, she didn't shoot him in the ear, she hit him with the hammer. In the midst of the struggle. Still lucky to be alive. But to sit there and say he was abusive, physically abusive to me, is crazy when you up the strap on him. You didn't mention no other time that he was physically abusive to you. You said this was the straw that broke the camel's back and you got out of there. But you're telling me you up strap on him. You came to the door and in your anger you up strap on him. And because he attacked you, I just cleared a Chomo of domestic violence, man. This shit's crazy, man. A Chomo mass murderer.
That's that power women be having on men.
That's the power.
Motherfuckers have died for less.
You gotta get close.
People have died for less. You know what I'm saying? She survived that whole ordeal.
Yeah. All that drama shit. Shout out, it's low key. I had mad girls lie on me for way less verbal shit. She's wildin' though. She don't. This woman ain't never took accountability at nothing. Nothing. I put it to my head and he tried to take it away, and that's why it happened. Yeah, you don't know that. You don't know that you don't point a gun at a guy like Al Chapo and survive it. You ain't hear what Oso just said? That's the power that these women be having over these men. He gave her the hammer. You think he gave her that hammer not knowing she might not pull that motherfucker on him one day? Gold plated. You know? That shit had his initials and numbers on it. Miss me with the bullshit.
Bullshit.
Bro, they argue over little kid shit and turn it into wars that kill thousands of people. You taking away their opportunity to be petty. You taking away their you know, what they are. They do silly shit. I can see it. He probably thought it was cute. They probably smashed directly afterwards. That's it. He knew she was being dramatic. That's why he went for it. She knew she was being dramatic. That's why she ain't smoke him. Okay, Dap. Well, your opinion is just as valid as mine. So I'm going to go with mine. Right? To me, she barely said anything. To say she exaggerated, she said, he gave me a hammer, I pulled it on him. He attacked me because he knew I was a drama-filled punk bitch and I wasn't going to pull the trigger. And he whooped my ass and he domestic violence me. And I'm saying, she went in there up a strap on him. Of course she got, why would she say it? Why would she even say it? She what you're not understanding, Dap, is she's ruining her own case. She's killing her own story by just saying that at all. By saying that she upped the strap on him, you saying, oh, she's exaggerating for clout. She's ruining her case. She's allowing a motherfucker like me to say, well, he didn't domestic violence you. He self-defensed you. That's it. HG is super toxica. Never underestimate him. Hope you never run into one. That. Then after that, he starts hitting me and leaves me in very bad shape. Yeah. That's what happened. I believe your story, lady. It don't take much convincing me for this one. Now, if she would have said, I confronted him without a hammer and just told him what the fuck and me questioning him and he beat my ass, that's her story. That'd have been made sense. She ruins her story with this. That's what makes me believe that it happened. That she was dumb enough to do that shit. And it happened. One of his secretaries, who I remember was there, wanted to open the door. I screamed. I asked for help. And he knocked the door down and got him off me. But he did hit me very hard. It even left scars. After that, I ran, locked myself in the bathroom. Put her in the fucking bathroom. Put her in the bathroom for not expecting consequences for upping straps on motherfuckers, man. It's crazy. And heard this person telling him that they had to leave because the neighbors might have heard the gunshots and were going to call the police. Oh, so she did bust at him. She did bust at him. Even more, she ruined her story. Right? Even more, she ruins her story. She busting at him, or in the struggle, the hammer's going off. That's right. She did say it went off. In the struggle, the hammer went off. And then she got whooped. She just ruined her story. She wasn't a victim. That was self-defense. You in there licking off shots and shit. When I hear him go outside and I hear the gate open, I try to get out. I run out. Then Joaquin sees me. Oh, she did the dramatic run. That ain't how you could do it. You gotta slow up. You gotta wait to. That's the thing. These women are not with them all the time, and I don't know that these women are under constant surveillance. I don't know that. You know? Yeah, they're super rich. They could afford it, child. Yeah, sure. Do they give a fuck? He wanted to run after me. He almost got out onto the street, and his staff stopped him. So I go out and come covered in blood. And one person in the plaza, Mazatlan, by Martin, in Culiacan, Sinaloa. I arrived at the plaza, managed to call my sister on a public phone and told her to pick me up. See? Look at that. I thought you wouldn't be able to get away with him there, with all his security there. But guess what? You got out of there. You got out of there. I tell him to pack his bags, not to tell anyone, to grab the children. Wait, who's she talking to? Her man? That's her man? She's stop it. Hold on. Need to hear the translation.
Pues de sangre, ¿no? Y una persona en Plaza MZ por Martin Luther King en Culiacán, Sinaloa, llego.
What? Did she say a person in the Plaza de Mazatlan by the name of Martin Luther King? What? I thought the translation was wrong, bro. What the fuck is she talking about? Oh, I guess there's a plaza called Martin Luther King. Okay, it says a person in a plaza. Okay, I was like, yo, what? Bitch, how you bring Martin Luther King into this? What the fuck is going on here?
Hey, but salutes to Martin Luther King.
Salutes to Martin Luther King for having a plaza in Mazatlan and shit. Salutes. Yo, I was fucked up. Yo, for that. They have an MLK in Sinaloa? Coño, man. God damn.
Coño, man.
Shit's crazy.
Pues de sangre, ¿no? Y una persona en Plaza MZ por Martin Luther King en Culiacán, Sinaloa, llego yo ahí a una plaza, logro llamar por teléfono público a mi hermana y le digo que me recoja. Entonces,
okay, she told the sister to come get her. She told the sister to pack the bags and the kids, not to tell anyone, get in the car, pick me up at a point in the city that I'd given them. Then the taxi driver sees me. I say, can you take me to such and such an address? The person tells me, you're very ill. Do you want to go to a hospital? I didn't tell him. I just want to go to this address. And obviously the man was worried and kept insisting that I looked very ill. So I kept insisting that I wanted to go to that address. What I did was get to the place where I had actually stayed with my sister, and we went to Cosala. That's when I never saw Joaquin again. Yeah. I decided I didn't want it anymore. All right. You didn't have Stockholm shit. He hadn't whooped your ass yet syndrome. You had an upstrap on him syndrome. You know? But you got out alive. Now this part, all of this part, this escape part sounds more blown up and exaggerated to me, because I don't know how, and I guess they don't care. Go ahead, go tell the police. Fuck they gonna do? You know what I mean? What the fuck are they gonna do? Can you run that bottle so I can take this shot, sir? Regulation, Olympic standard regulation. Illinois State Athletic Commission shot glass. Hey, I need some more of those.
What?
These right here.
Man, fuck them cups. I'm gonna step on that shit.
No, I got one stashed. I just forgot where I stashed it.
Good. Happy to hear that.
I'll find it.
So I can step on them. You're gonna have to find that other one.
Olympic standard right here, Papa. Olympic standard. If I put 2 of them in there, it'll fill it up.
Yeah.
Shout out HD. Talk about having a dream. God damn. This lady's talking crazy shit over here, boy. God damn. All right. All right, shout out Velez. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
All right. Let's get it. Let's see some more bullshit she talking about. Am I bogus? Y'all tell me. Y'all tell me if I'm giving her a raw deal. All right. Dap already told me I'm out of pocket. She's exaggerating. I don't know, man. I think she fuck her own story up. She got a gun for nothing. What a fucking dummy. HG, she went in there, boy. And she thought she was on some gangster shit. Y la mandaron pa'l carajo. Get the fuck out of here. Go get your fucking shine.
Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
All that hammer for nothing. I decided I didn't want no more. I didn't want any more contact with him. He cut off my phone, the only one I used to communicate with him, and everything else related to him. Obviously, he also had people working for him in the municipality of Cosala. So it was very easy for them to contact you, to keep an eye on you, to ask him what you were doing, what you weren't doing. So from then on, I tried to stay as far away as possible. And that's how I decided, Adela, to enter politics. Oh, shit. Hey, so everybody that said that, including me, that said Chapo gave her seat, he didn't. He defended himself against her attempted homicide of him, and then she went and became a public servant. Or it's all bullshit, and she is, like in The Departed, undercover for Chapo as a congresswoman, and the whole story's bullshit. Who supported you in that, Lucero? In getting in? Who supported you in getting into politics? I was supported with someone who had come down. Maybe I can speed this up. Y'all ain't listening to it. I was supported by someone who had come down from the ranks from the PAN party. They were activists who simply proposed an independent candidacy. They weren't high-level figures. They were obviously people trying to form a group to run as an independent candidate and revive Cosala, because at the time, Cosala was in very bad state politically, and the PAN party, hold on, because at that time, Cosala was in a very bad state politically. The PAN party was practically non-existent and didn't even have a candidate. After we started collecting signatures, people would accept us as candidates. Controversy arose about my name. People were supporting me because they knew about my relationship and close ties to El Chapo. Come on, man. You had notoriety. People knew your name. You let people know. You was a stylist. Nobody knew your name. This wasn't Cheers. Nobody knew your fucking name. And then you go and you start balling buddy, and all of a sudden, boom. Shout out Upper Echelon on the check-in. Shout out Dap. She putting a little extra on the truth to make herself seem right. Chapo did build his own phone VIP system, so him turning off her phone sounds right, because they only work for outbound, I think. Okay. That tells her she got her severance pay. Yeah. Kick rocks. Cosala was flooding LA with that Mexican herb, and her family had it on lock. So her family was in the game, so she was. See, that's where the bullshit be coming, because she wasn't just a lowly stylist. She had family in the game. It's just like when I ask if Licenciado, was in the game. They say on a smaller level because I was considering them new money. But I thought she was just some simple stylist. So her being plugged with the name El Chapo got people to support her. Nobody knew. No, nobody knew. Only wait. Was that Adela asking? I'm sorry. Let me see. I gotta watch them too. Boom. They saw us as a candidate. Controversy arose about my name. People were supporting me. Oh no. See, did Adela say that? I don't know. Hold on.
Solamente los que sabían eran personas de que pues la gente me está apoyando.
Porque sabían de tu relación y cercanía con el
Oh,
Chapo.
she
No,
cut her
nadie
off.
sabía, solamente los que sabían eran personas que trabajaban.
She said, okay, my name, there was a controversy upon my name. My name got out, or I don't know, something about my name got out. And the people were supporting me, and Adela cut her off and said, because of Chapo. And she said, nah, nobody knew. Evidently, what was the controversy then?
Me está apoyando.
Porque
Incluso,
sabían de tu relación y cercanía con el Chapo.
No, nadie sabía.
She said, no, they didn't know.
Solamente los que sabían eran personas que trabajaban con ellos mismos y mi relación.
The only ones who knew were the people who worked with him and knew my relationship with him. Okay, bitch. That's enough. In a political campaign, in a place like that, yeah, everybody's talking about who you are and what you are. With him me being with him started to become known because, in fact, during the PRI campaign, people started handing out flyers. Thanks to this person who began spreading the information that I had a relationship with Joaquin. Well, did you think that wasn't gonna get out? Come on, cut the bullshit. Because I was his employee. This is the same person who in 2010 I was supposedly hired El Carrizo de la Petaca, where I met Joaquin. At that time, I was a hairstylist. So I was hired that way to provide a service in Sierra de Durango because that's what I used to do. I would go to these ranches to work in the communities, and I would work for a while and then return to Cosala. And on that occasion, this person hired me, which I repeat was in 2010, and took me to that area, nestled in the Golden Triangle, in a community called, as I said, El Carrizo, a la Petaca. Yo, she went to a totally different story when she asked her about, Chapo's name. She said, yeah, they put out some flyers. Well, no shit. Boom. Golden Triangle. And that's where I met El Chapo. But over time, I realized that it had been something they had already planned to have me there. Yes. I was hired that way, supposedly to provide services. And when I arrived, nobody came to get services. And about 3 days after, I was there waiting. A lot of people arrived, mostly men. Yeah, to get a haircut. But listen, yeah, that's how they do. That's how they do. Throw the party so that they can see how your 15-year-old daughter looks and see which one they want next year or this year. Huh? Do the interview. Because maybe, just maybe, I'm powerful enough to bag Kate de Castillo. But then what happened? Pinche fucking cock blocking Sean Penn want to get in the middle of my purported love affair with Kate de Castillo. You know what I mean? What the fuck, man? Yeah, of course she get away with upping the strap on him. Crazy talk, boy. So mostly men came to get a haircut. Yeah, he rented you out. Oh, I like her. We need some haircuts. Get her over there. And there were like 50 of them waiting to get haircuts. And I was like, well, where did so many come from? I'm not justifying myself. I'm saying this the way I experienced it. You don't understand many things because when you're not connected to that world, you don't understand what's going on. And that's what happened to me. Bro, you just cut the shit in half. They came to get haircuts. Then what? Then what happened? Then what happened? There's a yellow one over there. Oh, it's in my hand, motherfucker. Oh, so high as fuck right now.
Maybe.
Yeah, and there's a yellow one over there. It's yours. That motherfucker ain't been used. Or you can take this one. This one ain't been used either.
I told you I just go there.
What you got?
Be like, give me a minute. He got a whole stash.
All right, hold on. She's japping. She's been japping over here. Let's see. Yeah, we're gonna skip the Rocha Moya shit. We're gonna go to the escape through the tunnel. Fuck the letters. Oh, wait a minute. I'm hearing more truth here. If you don't understand that world, you don't know what's going on, and that's what happened to me. For me, it was very common and normal to see people, for example, back then armed, for example. Since I lived in the Chacala area for many years with my first partner, and I witnessed that world. Nena, Estocolmo my ass. You ain't had no Stockholm syndrome. You was in the shits. You was with the shits. You loved the game. You loved the game. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. What? Chapo wasn't your first stint? You loved the game. Didn't I fucking tell Val that? Val, you loved the game. This chick right here, she loved the game. She need to cut the bullshit, man. Too much bullshit. Too much bullshit, man. Way too much bullshit, man. Right? Fuck. Shit's crazy. So they were armed. They worked in the fields. Things that, as I said before, are very normal for you back then. You saw it as normal. Yeah, that's right. Very normal. Because back then, that was the only way people could survive. Sure. From planting, from harvesting, well, they were very poorly paid. What? What? She's mixing shit up. Yeah, she just upgraded. That's it. That's it. Le gusta la mala vida. Like that shit. Now she's talking about the people that was, harvesting the cosecha on the farm. They had to carry AKs and shit. Like the guys we saw on Google Earth. She talking bullshit. It has to be said because, well, sometimes people in the communities don't understand the magnitude of the damage they're obviously causing. Shout out Velez, ha cumplido mi condena. They're just trying to survive in the only way they know how. The way they've been taught. Because there are no other resources. No other way to survive. Now she's preaching. In the remote mountainous area, and that's all they know. She totally circle talked away from everything. And you participated in the trial against El Chapo Guzman. I don't know if you can say this or not, but you live in the United States. You participated in the trial as a cooperating witness. She said, yes, I participated in Joaquin's trial as a cooperating witness, a volunteer cooperating witness, I will add. It was all based on his relationship with Mia. Who the fuck is Mia? Or is it with me? Let me see.
Yo aporté de que se basó en la relación de él y mía.
Yeah. She said that wrong, the él y mía. That sounds like she said that wrong. En relación de él y mía. That sounds wrong.
En las pruebas que yo aporté de que a mí se me acusó en el juicio de Joaquín como testigo cooperante. Todo se basó en la relación de él y mía, en las pruebas que yo aporté de que a mí se me acusaba.
She said the evidence I provided, the accusations against me, was that I had supposedly helped him with some companies that were just being established, and obviously the government claimed that thousands of dollars had passed through those companies, which wasn't true. And we were able to prove it. I provided my evidence, which were the minutes, constituent documents of the companies that were just being formed at that time. Nena, you were playing in the money game, all of that. Miss me with the fucking Stockholm Syndrome. You was building the dummy businesses. You was caring, huh? With a loaf of bread between your legs, bringing it into the jail and shit. Stop it. Shout out Shannon. She wasn't his wife. Give me a break. You're lucky he didn't put you in the soup kettle. Boy, she could have been the sopitas of the day, Shannon. You know what I mean? If what Chip is saying is right, if what Dap is saying is right, she would have been the soup of the day. Shout out Ivy on the check-in. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. All right, we just listening to this bullshit.
Bullshit.
He beat me. All right, what happened? So I upped my strap on him. What? All right, these companies were just being formed at the time, but weren't operational. That's what I did, besides talking about my relationship. But no third parties were ever mentioned. She's trying to tell you she didn't snitch on nobody. All she did was clear herself. That's what she's trying to tell you. I hope you caught it. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. It wasn't something that was more of a process because I was already... Many people believe that I was detained by the United States. What many people don't know is that I came and turned myself in to resolve my situation, since Mexico wasn't giving me support. I said, you can excuse me. You can return to Mexico or you can't return. I can return, but obviously at my own risk. You stay your ass wherever the fuck you at.
And where do you think she's at?
Where do you think she's at? She's here.
Right.
Oh, yeah. Stay where the fuck you at. And how do you feel about the news now that you've heard a few days ago? The accusations against the current governor. Nah, fuck that. We skipping Rocha. Rocha missing. Let's talk about the escape, the great escape. It's crazy how Cartel white face is the Latin version of the Mar-a-Lago face. I think they may have some plastic surgeons. May have the same plastic surgeons. No, everybody just does the same shit. Everybody intends to look like each other. All right, let's see right here. The escape. The great escape. Remember, she didn't want no contact with him. She was done with him. She ran, she left, she leaped. How did she end up going to the prison? Mama will.
Arlen Jones just subscribed on YouTube.
Shout out Arlen for the sub. Appreciate you. Definitely gonna have to edit this for myself. Let's see. Uh-oh, wait a minute. They talking about money. We got to get to the money. Hold on. Here we go. I can tell you that the best thing I did was come to this country. Well, no shit. This is America, bitch.
This is America.
Of course you came here. Bring my children and give them a different life. But does this collusion between politics and organized crime surprise you, or does it make sense to you? It makes sense to me, because in a way you're surprised because you saw these people in Congress when they were invited to speak. And the other thing makes sense to me, that everything that was said, that it was all a bird, as they say, wings of the same bird. So now everything fits together for me. And unfortunately, in Mexico, a woman or a person going through a difficult situation can't go and report it. I believe that. Can't ask for help because we're at risk of not waking up tomorrow. And then now you got, but see, I don't feel like that is you. I feel like those women exist, but that woman ain't you. You're the woman that got in the game, kept taking it up a notch, do a little business, do a little eating, drinking, fucking, sucking, snorting. And then I got too big for my britches. I upstrapped. Shit went left. I had to get out of Dodge. There's no Stockholm in that. You was living it until you wasn't. There's some girls that don't want no part of it. They're missing right now. Who knows where the fuck they're at? They're not in the United States with their kids. Did you benefit financially from your relationship with El Chapo? Honestly, Adela, no. Y'all believe her? AG. Zoraida, Shannon, you believe her? Honestly, Adela, no, I did not benefit financially from my relationship with El Chapo. Many people think he left me an inheritance, that he left me properties, but he left me absolutely nothing. In fact, under the transparency law, when everything was done, when we were both congresswomen, I declared my assets, or when I became a congresswoman, I declared my assets stating that I only had one house, and I actually bought that house after I was already a congresswoman with congressional salary. Yes, he did leave me something. It wouldn't cost me anything to say it because at this point, I could say anything, right? Huh? Did he leave you nothing, motherfucker? Did he leave you something? Hold on.
So, para
casa, y esa casa realmente la compré cuando ya era diputada, que la compré con el salario.
And when a motherfucker say, in reality, or to be honest with you, or I ain't gonna lie, why you qualifying it?
Siendo diputada, ¿para qué te voy a decir? Sí, sí me dejó. A mí no me costaría.
Oh, I've already been a congresswoman. They went through my shit. Why would I tell you, yes, he did leave me something? Yo, she sounds like she sabotages her own shit. Like she's saying, if he did leave me something, that shit's buried. Why the fuck would I tell you?
Ya nada decirlo, porque pues a estas alturas pudiera decir de todo.
Because at this point I could say anything. Oh, she's basically saying, if I had it, I would say it. Because at this point I could say anything. Yeah, try that shit. Try that shit. We've already seen what happens in that situation.
¿Verdad?
Pero tu salario como diputada te
But your salary as a congresswoman was enough to buy a house? Well, I would hope so. Any job you would hope so, but this is America. Oh no, that was Mexico. Tampoco. I bought a house for 200 stacks. 280 pesos. I saved up for it. I didn't buy it in cash. Not at all. I acquired it with a down payment and paid it off. That's what I did, bitch. That's what she wanted to say. And he gave you things. That's what I mean. He gave you things. He gave you a car. He gave you jewelry. Of course, yes, like everything else. I mean, he gave you them lips. With what I can tell you is that they used to give me cars, and when I realized it, I saw that the cars were beat up cars. Because you was not his bottom bitch. You was way off in the distance on the totem pole. You was getting the Toyota. right? They ain't 20s, they 10s, but he kept them clean though. He never the car that he did buy me from the new dealership and the one he gave me from the dealership was the one that had the cameras installed. What if she was wrong and it was just OnStar? You know what I'm saying? Just natural cameras for the car. She shit the bed, ran up on the boss with a hammer. Crazy. It was like putting myself at risk. And the very first time he gave me a car, and I'll tell you this, it was in 2000. Thank you, sir. Safe travels. Let me lock this door, y'all. I'll be right back. She wildin'. Look, she talking about Suzuki's and shit. She got all kind of bags, Birkin bags, all kind of shit. Plastic surgeon just died not too long ago. I'm sure there was plenty of them. They didn't have. I'm sure the big boys had one, but compromised hanging with the big boys. That's what happened. She's all done up. What's she talking about? What you mean all done up? I mean, what you wanted to go on TV all fucked up? Shout out Average. I bet she got plenty of jewelry. Facts. She wanted to be there. Of course she got left with something. Jewelry. Hold on. She talking about Suzuki's and shit? Shout out Pete Never. All right. He's in the bushes in his ghillie suit with JP, the head of marketing for the Cash App. Appreciate you, sir. True that. People have died for less, indeed. Hold on, let's see what else she got. She got a Suzuki. The one he had the cameras installed in, I never accepted anything from them because, well, it was like putting myself at risk. At the very first time he had gave me a car, I'll tell you this, it was 2010 when I managed to get out of the mountains where I lived with him on a ranch, the San Juan Ranch. And it was a Suzuki, an automatic. And it was that car because it was something I asked for, because my thought was that I wasn't going back. And I said to myself, why would I want a car that he gives me? He's going to be able to locate me by the car, and I can't hide it. I can hide it anyway. I can keep it, and that's what I did. Yo, she's a schemer, dog. She's always thinking, man. She didn't think hard enough, but she's always thinking. You know? It'd be like that. I went to Culiacan after I left him that time at the San Juan Ranch, and I went 8 months without hearing from him or him from me until he found me again in Culiacan. That's when we went to live practically in Baja California. Who? Who's we? She went back with him? What are we talking about? Hold on, man.
Y duré 8 en esa época del rancho de San Juan. Y duré 8 meses que no supe de él ni él de mí hasta que me encontró de nuevo en Culiacán y fue cuando nos fuimos a vivir prácticamente a Baja California.
Wait, so after the hammer situation, they got back together? No, mom.
No, mommy's
You see how they don't say these things? They bury these things in the middle of the story. This Stockholm Syndrome, these nuts. No, mommy's
No, mommy's wake.
Fuck out of here. Miss me with the bullshit. That's crazy talk. It's crazy talk. Shout out Leo on the check-in. That's crazy talk.
Y tú has escrito algunos libros, escribiste tu historia, de hecho tu historia se llama, tu libro en donde cuentas parte de tu historia se llama La Chapo.
The Chapo Deputy. That's the name of her book. Oh, man. These people are funny, man. Everybody's out there just trying to, I guess. I just want y'all to know, man, the truth is gone. The truth is very, very few and far in between. There's been an extinction level event on the truth. See, he gave her a book. Left her with a book. She got to put his name all over it and shit. The fuck? Look, she's telling you how she had inside information. Now, I want you to remember something. She said, when I testified against him, I testified to no third parties, and I didn't know nothing but what I knew. But right here she says, you have a book. The book is called Chapo Deputy, right? What are you recounting there? Is it only your personal story, or do you recount what you saw? How they operated? How they moved? Yes, it includes a little bit of everything. I mean, things I heard, for example, when we were having breakfast, which was when the secretary gave him the most information, miss me with the bullshit. You was in the mix.
Bullshit.
You had more information than you want to tell us that you had, but you want us to hear your sob story and give a fuck. It's too much information. Your sob story sounds like this. Shout out Shannon. Can you imagine calling the police on Chapo? Jesus Christ. Yeah, she's in the mix, man. Miss me with the bullshit. It also narrates in a way the murder of his cousin, in a way. Not all the way, but in a way, I think, allegedly. It narrates the murder of his cousin, where he obviously ordered his cousin's death. and all those things that were said in part at the trial. Things that I experienced. Okay, that's the relationship stuff she said that she testified about that she didn't tell us about until this moment. Until Adela asked her about that shit. The things I experienced as a woman by his side. The police will probably call Chapo and tell him she's snitching. Well, I said that's what happened with the politicians. She said she started hollering at the politicians, and then she figured out, oh, they're all in cahoots. There's a little bit about politics, how it all unfolded, how he came back into my life after I became a congresswoman. He came back into your life after you became a congresswoman? Puteria. Okay? Stockholm shit. Nothing. There's nothing. Sweden should not have the smut that you put on its name, okay? Stockholm bullshit. None of that makes sense. Give me a second. Are we supposed to not hear? Sorry, just sat down and realized it. Yeah, no. I'm just doing it in English. I just go back to hear it in Spanish if it sounds crazy. Shout out Zoraida. Puteria, man. Puteria going on. World-class victim mentality. God damn, boy. It's crazy. How she could be sleeping with Chapo and not knowing how he gets down? She know. Y'all call cap? It depends. I'm sure there's some real shit in there, dog. Shout out 2X. I'm sure there's some real shit in there. But the way she's putting this shit all together, first of all, she's done a disservice to herself a couple of times. It's just all a cash grab. Everything's a cash grab. People want to sell you their perceived trauma. That's it, Zoraida. You nailed it.
Emotional, damn it.
You know what I'm saying? Everybody got some trauma, man. Not everybody can sell it. Not everybody can make a book called The Chapo the Deputy. You know, and tell you how they sold these interviews recently. They sold these interviews as he was an abuser, a physical abuser, right? Then we listen to her tell the story, and the only time she says he abused her was when she pulled a strap on him. What are we talking about here? That sounds like a crazy, toxic woman that don't take accountability for her own shit. It's just where the term was coined because the phenomenon actually happened in a relatively short period of time before everyone's eyes for the first time. Hold on. Ivy lost the shit out of me. What was I talking about, Ivy? Or the Stockholm Syndrome shit? Listen, she claiming that shit. She's bullshitting. She was definitely enjoying the fruits of his labor, indeed. He came back into my life after I became a congresswoman. Now you wildin'. Now you're corruption. Bitch, how you gonna tell me you're innocent now? You can't tell me that shit. You wildin'. And how did we manage to escape from Culiacan Oh, and she said it also talks about how we managed to escape Culiacan through the tunnel. That's another episode there. See, she wants to sell episodes. She's just selling episodes. She ain't got no fucking trauma. She's just fine. She got bills. That's what she got. And she wants you to pay for it, for her bills, by buying her book and her line of Spanx. We got the bolsita on the cheeks and shit. You know what I mean? It's framed in stages reflecting our relationship, my personal life. Everybody's selling something, man. And not everybody's story is worthy or good enough. Everybody got a story. Again, all you had to have done is stole a car in the 90s. Somebody will interview you right now. Smoke crack today. Don't do that. But I'm saying, they'll interview you just because you smoke crack. And then people become celebrities because people are laughing at them, not with them, and it still leads to dollar signs. That's fine. Cool. Kills creativity. Allows for more grifters and fucking charlatans to lie and tell these fake ass stories like that ginger bitch. You know? Ginger bitch and his fake story. The other cocaine cowboy jerk off, his fake ass story. You know? Again, like I said, I respect Primo more than I respect those guys. And Primo's like, yo, I don't know which parts are real anymore, which parts are not, but it is what it is. Shout out Ivy. She's a con artist. She's just trying to get that money. I don't know even. Yeah, she's definitely a con artist. You know what? I'll take that, Johnny. She definitely, because she went through his whole shit. Like, she ain't just some damsel in distress. She found every angle. From a hairstylist, she found the angle to get with Chapo. She got with Chapo. She found the angle to get out of that. She got out of that. She found the angle to be a congresswoman, angle to go back. She found the angle to go and testify against him. She knows what she's doing. But again, most people don't have a shy, standing on their shoulder with a little halo and a pitchfork, you know what I'm saying? Telling them in their ear, hey man, don't listen to that shit. That's a bunch of bullshit.
Bullshit.
And maybe I'm wrong. When I'm wrong, I'll be wrong. You just gotta tell me. Damn, a Mexican Erica Kirk. She's tame compared to the fucking that nutball, allegedly. Shout out Bebo on the check-in. Salutes. Appreciate you. Thank you for coming through. How'd she get back with the man? How'd she escape it through tunnels and shit? Adela's telling her, he always had help from the authorities, right? She said, at that time, I imagine, I didn't see it myself.
No. No, mommy's weak.
Nothing to see here. She didn't see nothing, man. She didn't see nothing. All right. Shout out Sheldon. Shout out LD. Primo, the biggest liar of them all. Lose. She's a very intelligent woman. Can't blame her for trying to pay her bills. She's definitely paying her bills. And I don't just blame her. I blame the culture at this point. I blame the culture. People used to call it marketing. Oh, that's the best rapper. The casuals would be like, oh, that's the best rapper. And the rappers and the real hip-hop heads would be like, nah, it's not. But that's the marketing. They use the marketing to make the regular people believe. The marketing has become, I'm going to fucking tell you anything. You ain't got no reason to question it. That's the culture right now. Everywhere. Worldwide. But that's what she needed. I don't even know what the fuck you talking about. She wants to get money and enter the good graces. Shit. She's selling the books. They keep saying several books. She got to get in with the little hats and start spreading the good word. I can see the fireworks already. Oh, shit, with the little hats. Okay, now I get you. The only thing, I didn't see nothing, Adela. The only thing I remember, I didn't see nothing, but I have a not so vivid memory. It's 3 or 4 in the morning. They started banging on the door. And I can tell you, they were people from the Mexican government. And they were also U.S. agents, because we could hear them speaking English.
English, motherfucker, do you speak it?
Yelling for us to open the door. And I never saw anyone help him get out of there. We left through the tunnel. It was practically a speed tunnel. Well, yeah, he got caught slipping. He didn't have an army with him. It was practically a speed tunnel, a stretch of about 2 kilometers. And we came out onto the Eastern River near the state Congress. That's what I remember, because everything happened very quickly. That's how things unfolded. Oh, that's how you remember, because it happened so quickly? Something like that happens to you, I don't give a fuck how quick it happened. It happens in slow motion, and you remember that shit forever. Fuck out of here. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. Let's get to 40 if we can, please. We went to Mazatlan, where he was arrested. I spent a few days there with him, like 3 or 4 days. He sent me to Durango, and from there we went back to Mazatlan. Now, what year did he get with Emma? Huh? How do the other wives feel about this lady out here talking this shit? When I got back, I said to him, you know what? I want to leave. I'm not at peace anymore. I want to leave with my son. So this is her her third escape, second escape from him. In other words, I had a strong feeling that I wasn't at ease anymore. And he didn't. Yeah, AKA, you saw the writing on the wall and you jumped ship. You seen what was coming, just like everybody else did. He told me no. That I couldn't leave because he didn't want to be left alone. He was hurt that day. Then it fell to me to treat his wounds. As always, when he got sick or things like that, I was the one who was really there. She said, Adela asked her, cures for what? From scrapes. From his bumps. He got hurt in the tunnel. So yes, it was the blow. In fact, the fact that he appears in the news in that arrest is because he hit himself in the tunnel. He was afraid of being arrested, and of course, he said that if he was arrested, he would kill himself. He preferred to die. You went to visit him in jail too, didn't you? She said yes. How do you manage to end that relationship? How you manage to keep visiting him in jail and shit? Shout out Jay Flores. In Primo News, he dated her before Chapo. Okay? And Jason dated her before that. Oh, okay. There's a theme going here. We got a theme going on. Brother, friends, and the loyalty. That shit, ain't none of that out there. Oh, and then they asked me for a loan since he had $5 million liquid. Yeah, it was sitting on the kitchen counter on the island. The relationship ended in court. Of course, like so many do. There were many situations when he was imprisoned in Almoloya and he wanted me to visit him. He wanted to appoint me as a trusted person to be present at the hearings. I told him no, that I couldn't do that because it would affect my work. What I wanted was to distance myself from it. I told him that, well, it was already too many things, in fact. During those days, when the tunnel incident had happened, when all that had happened, well, it was my bad luck, wasn't it? I need to know the timeline for real, because was she running through the tunnel as a congresswoman? Like, what are we talking about here? Shout out, Shalom. Blessing, guys. Shout salute to you, sir. Appreciate you. We hadn't seen each other for a while, and on that occasion, it was mostly because of work. Sure. As I mentioned, I was also helping him to start some companies, some businesses abroad. For example, in Europe, Ecuador, and Holland. So when that situation happened, I was giving him everything. So on the day that I'm supposed to see him for the last time, that's when the agents arrive and that whole situation happens and you're back in the middle of it. So she went to see him for business. Come on, man.
Bullshit.
It's only business. And it's like it never ends because there's also children involved. They didn't get themselves involved. You got yourself involved. Fuck out of here. What? My oldest son was like a father figure to who?
Acabar porque cuando también hay niños, en mi caso, mi hijo más grande, pues él era como una parte paterna para él, ¿no? Entonces ya él...
Oh, that my oldest son, Chapo, was a father figure for him. So he always wanted to see him. He always wanted to be close to him. And things like that. Always keep you feeling a bit unsettled in such a complex relationship. Yeah, you put yourself there. What are you talking about? What did you do as a congresswoman, Lucero? Whatever he told me to do. Shout out LD. Do the twins or their wives know her? Nah, I think they would have mentioned it already. If they wouldn't, I'd be disappointed in them. What'd you do as a congresswoman? Well, I was mostly involved with youth sports. All right, we can miss all that bullshit. Skip that shit. Fuck all her good work as a congresswoman. I don't know what she's talking about. She's running through tunnels and shit. All right, and fuck the letters. We done with the letters too. What do we got here? Oh, the prison visit. That's what I want to see. I thought that's what she was going to get to. Let's get it. They're all like king cobras. Se comen entre ellos. No, they eat themselves. This a snake eating its own ass. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so, y'all. Let's get to 40. Oh, he escapes from jail. Then you see him on television. Oh, she asked her if she was ever involved in the trafficking. Oh, she's shout out Adela. She's on her. She came back to it. Shout out Shannon for the flow state 200 joules. Appreciate you, Shannon. Thank you very much. All right, get into a flow state. This shit had me laughing so hard earlier. I felt like I was in a flow state. She said, you really never heard anything? You never saw anything? You never found anything? Hold on, let me see. How long did you live with El Chapo, Lucero? In total, 9 years. What?
No mommy's wake.
9 years, bro. It's crazy talk. Okay? 9 years is crazy talk. And you really never heard anything? You never saw anything? You never found out anything? Of course. We found out what he was talking about. As I was saying, I personally know that he was involved in trafficking, right? We're not going to deny that. I'm telling you this personally because these were favors he asked of me. For example, going to the mountains with the growers, collecting, being an intermediary. She was in the game, bro. She was a player. She managed to play the damsel in distress and skated the fuck out of there, scot-free. Nah.
You're stealing, right to jail. You're playing music too loud, right to jail, right away. You're driving too fast, jail. Slow, jail.
Wow, manipulation is great, boy. Crazy. Being an intermediary in the collection of the drugs. So, of course, we know what he was involved in, that kind of thing. No. You just said you. But you never heard any story or mention that any authority was helping them or that they were going to see the governor, former governor, etc. Nothing. No. To be honest, Adela, I never heard of it. If I had heard it, like I said, I would tell you here. But this is new to me. Like you, I'm surprised because I never expected him to have those connections, and I was involved in politics. I was a contact. Look, she got herself out of there. Look. Right? Never expected him to have those connections, and I was involved in politics. People say maybe I was the only contact. I thought maybe I was the only contact. Well, me. But I was never any use to him. Of course not. I mean, I was nothing. A drop in the ocean. Her shit is falling apart, bro. As far as I'm concerned. She's talking bullshit. She a liar. Then it's like, I'm left shocked, sure. Seeing everything I see and hearing everything I hear now. When all that happens, he escapes from jail, and then you see him on television, on the news. It was all about Sean Penn, Kate de Castillo, etc., etc. What do you think about all that? Well, Adela, I can tell you that 3 days after he gets out of prison, he looks for me. He looked for me 3 days after escaping from prison. I also knew, so he was already with old girl Emma. Emma, boy, don't let Emma catch you, bitch. She gonna fuck you up. 9 years is egregious as fuck. Madness. Also knew that he was going to be a place in Ocala, not exactly with whom or anything, just sent for me to ask for these clothes. The shirt that's been in the news has gone viral. I sent it to him. It was a matter of things that obviously surprised me when he came out because I didn't know or have any idea that he had a plan to take a gamble. That's one of the things that surprises me most, his ability to make those kinds of plans and for nobody to notice. Everybody noticed. Your ass noticed too. You just playing stupid, papel de pendeja. And above all, I'm surprised. She's been so surprised through this whole interview that the authorities didn't notice. Because when we went to the prison, I'll tell you, it wasn't even like a formal visit. It was just a visit to take pictures and that's it. I didn't even know I was going to the prison. What? 1 minute is we was going to take pictures. Next minute I didn't even know I was going there. What are we talking about? This was orchestrated by his lawyer. See, she's very loosey-goosey with pointing the blame at everybody else. Manuel Osuna. He carried everything. He carried the documents. He summoned me to a hotel in Toluca, said he had something very important to tell me, and so I went. Like a fool, right? So I wasn't alone. I have witnesses to that day. One of my sisters was with me. And as you can see, I was pregnant. So you was pregnant for somebody else? Boy, you've been having a good time. you should know that you don't go into the penalty area wearing that type of clothing or that color. I wasn't prepared for that. Then he says, oh, that's fine, because he asked me, in fact, he said to me, don't you bring any other kind of clothes? I was like, why should I bring different kind of clothes in a different color? I mean, he never told me we were going to prison. That's when I saw the prison tower. That's when I realized we were going to the prison.
Bullshit. Shut up, bitch! Shut your fucking mouth!
That's when I told him I couldn't go into that place because it was going to affect me. That's what happens when halfway there he abandons my sister, and I say to him, but why are you going to leave her here? So he just left her on the side of the road? This shit don't sound right. I'm going to ask them to give her a coffee. Then he lowered it into a small sheet metal type house. What? The fuck? Or he made her get off at a house, a sheet metal type house. I don't even remember. Listen, if this shit really happened to you, you ain't forgetting shit. I don't remember if it was a restaurant or what it was. But it was a very small house. He abandoned her there. Then we were almost about to go in. Took a long time. I remember him saying, oh, I'm going to wait for a lawyer to come. I told him, if I'm going to go in, I want to go in with my documents, because I can't use something that isn't mine. It's going to affect me more. Then he told me that I had already been checked, like someone else had already entered with that ID. So come on, she's blaming dude for smuggling her into jail to see him. She got to keep her little congresswoman name clean after the fact. This is horse shit. Then he told me that they were going to take pictures of me. So when we got there, the first thing they did was take pictures of me. What I'm saying is, that was their plan, obviously, to use me while he escaped. They obviously knew the spotlight would be on me, right? And it was something I also complained to Joaquin about when he left. And it was also the argument we had about that. Yo, this bitch's timeline is drunk. They used her as a distraction or for news, for media, when he escaped from Altiplano. So that means she went to see him before the escape? Okay. I think she injected herself in that. I don't know that. I think you went to see him and you're making an excuse of why you went to see him. I don't see how that would help him. They were making noise with grinders, drills, jackhammers. You know what I'm saying? They didn't need nobody to decoy anything and hide anything from anybody. And then you still was talking to him long enough to bring him clothes after he escaped and to argue with him about it? You wildin'. All he said to me was, don't worry, I'm going to get you a good lawyer. That's when I understood that they had planned everything and that they had used me. Yeah. We need our pendeja drop, Zoraida. These are situations I prefer not to talk about for the safety of my children. Shut up. All right, they're done. I'm going to say it's 9 years. A lot of shit happened. Maybe I don't know how many times she saw him over 9 years. All right? When a bunch of wives are sharing one Chapo, I don't know how much time he got to spend with you. But you lived a life for 9 years. Miss me with the bullshit. You know what I mean?
Bullshit.
You didn't have no Stockholm Syndrome. You went back, you left again, you went back, you left again, you did it all. You just want to sell a book like everybody else. I'm going to have to write a book, man. Just get out there and start talking bullshit. You know what I mean? Fuck. It's crazy. So I was expecting to hear that he was some evil. I already know he was a chomo. I already know he was a murderer. I already know he had a giant ego and was a little man. But I thought I was going to get a woman beater at the same time. No. They sold this as he was a domestic violence guy. She was domestic violence. She upstrap on him. What are we talking about? Crazy. Shout out Leo. Set up Google Pay, bro, so I can send you beers. I think I got it. I'll get it put in the chat for next week. Salutes. I appreciate you, Leo. I'll get the link dropped in the chat. I think I got it, though. I believe it because that's what I told the feds when they arrested me in 96 in Miami. It's your story. You sticking to it? You should write a book, honestly. I mean, fuck. These guys out here. Eventually, Cartel's going to be a book. With 2 L's. Holy shit. Shout out Shannon. Soup of the day. No soup for you. It's a good way to put your whole testimony down for those who actually want to digest it. Yeah, I guess. My testimony on what? On all this bullshit? It's a whole lot of it. Shout out to either IB, she did. Yeah, no, I thought he was saying that too. But he's talking about me. I think he's talking about me. I thought he was saying her too. She definitely wrote. They said she wrote several books. A book more like a movie trilogy and then some. That shit's like Rocky, like Star Wars, 9 parts. And then some. Shout out IB, you lived a pretty dynamic life. Salutes, man. I'm looking for some more of that shit. I need some more of that shit. Salutes. Shout out IB, salutes. I appreciate you. Yeah, we'll see, man. Maybe soon. Shout out Shannon. She wrote 12 books. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
That's a lot. That's a lot. I thought I heard you slip in. Man, I should write a book. Yeah, I did. Wait, Star Wars. It's Star Wars, man. Is the bar still open? Yes, sir. Bar is still open. Did I miss something? I don't think I did. But the bar is definitely still open. We're going to move on to the next story. Hopefully Cody didn't bail on us. We're going to look into this Ivan Archivaldo and the Canadian girl story. Your boy gonna refresh his drink. That segment was 2.5 hours long. We've been here almost 3 hours. That lady got more books than Game of Thrones, boy. Shout out Ivy. I wrote around 300 words yesterday. It's good exercise. I believe it. I believe it because now that I'm building a clone of myself, I need to get back to my screenwriting. I'm gonna finish up some shit. Shout out Leo. Waiting for that one. We about to get to that one now. All right. I had my robot run a little bit of resource because again I know nothing about this. It got some resources for me, so we'll go take a look at this story, see what we can find. Honey's up in the chat for y'all. I appreciate y'all. Smoke them if you got them. Drink them if you got them. If you're sober, it's a hug from me to you. If you're out there on the road getting to and fro, safe travels. If you're out there getting that money, million. Safe travels. Let's see. All right, I'm going to refresh my drink, and then I'm going to come right back, and we are going to get into this story. Good. I want some of these old news clips. Toronto Star. Bet. Boom. Alright, hit that like button if you have yet to do so. I'm trying to get to 40. If you've been here more than 5 minutes, we have entertained you. We've earned that like button. Hit that shit. Shout out IB. You know the book, The Artist Way? It's like a whole workbook, and part of it is writing morning pages. It would be a cool way to train your AI model by going through that book at the same time. In what sense? Train it to know me? Shout out Ish for the shot. Appreciate you, sir. I will go grab that at the same time. Got it? Salute to you. All right, we will do a shot.
Don Giulini Setentini te pone hasta el culini. Un shot, due shot.
Shout out Karen in Germany. She just hit the first button on a comment somewhere. She said first, but I don't know where you at, Karen. You're not in here with us. We lost you. Shout out Ish. Let me go grab that. Shout out Shannon. Shannon calls BS, and I believe you. Bow. Right, shout out Ish for the 10 jewels, gold coins, salutes, appreciate you. For the flowers, 30 jewels, appreciate you. And the other gold coin, 10 jewels, appreciate you. Thank you, sir. Salutes. All right. I'm going to go through what my AI gave me quickly. Shout out Ish, $1 a day keeps the boogeyman away and then some. All right. All right, the victim in this case was Kristen Paige Dale. She was 20 years old, from Calgary, Mount Royal College exchange student, killed April 23rd, 2004 in Zapopan, Guadalajara, Jalisco, alongside Cesar Augusto Pulido Mendoza. First and foremost, I'm going to go to old 2004 article from April 26. What was the date here? April 23rd. And the date of this is April 26th. So let's do this article right here. If it's still even there, if they allow me to see it. Let me see. Let me try something. Nah, they don't let me see it. Well, that's some bullshit. Shout out Cody. It's an old story, indeed. It's a dope hat. Thank you, sir. Shout out Johnny. Shout out Shannon. All new cars come with cameras all over. Indeed. What if she just wilded out for no reason? She tweaked. No, yeah, it's nice outside. Motherfuckers is gonna die. Last night, 2 motherfuckers got smoked. 5+ shot. Block from my mom's house. It'd be very hot every night. I stay up long enough to hear it. Let me see something. I'm trying to get this old article, but they're giving me a hard time. want to do all that. All right, let's see if we find something else. Another article from then. Obituary, that's sad. See, they give me obituaries and shit, but let's see this one. Here we go. Let's get it. Boom, we got our 40. Salutes. Hit that like button. Killings abroad go unsolved. More than 250 Canadians have been slain abroad in the past 7 years, documents obtained by Toronto Star show. The cases are spread across the globe, with the majority occurring in the United States and sunny vacation destinations such as Mexico, the Dominican Republic, Jamaica, according to information released by Canada's Foreign Affairs Department under Access to Information legislation. Many of these cases remain open without charges. The United States tops the list with at least 56 killings. Mexico and Caribbean countries come second with a combined total of at least 47 in the 2000 to 2006 time period. You see, these other countries going to tell you the truth. All right, they tell you that the United States is numero uno. On the dig? So the United States would have put the blame and said Mexico's number one for fucking up. Yeah. Boom. All right. Shout out Ish. Boom. Yeah, the U.S. wouldn't have told you that shit. I'm trying to sweep it under the rug, indeed. Shout out Michael on the check-in, 47th and Damon, salutes. You should have an episode with the twins, play-by-play clarification on a certain video. What does that mean? What do you mean, clarification on a certain video? We have, get in our playlist section, man. We have that. It's called Former Kingpin Reacts and Flores Twins Exclusives. Them playlists got it all in there. Conversations, reactions to videos, and don't worry, I'm working on something new, something dope for that. Boom. Shout out Ish. Appreciate you, sir. Good, you mate. God damn. Ah. Killings in Central American countries, India, China, Russia, the Philippines, Thailand, and elsewhere round out the list. The cases range from slayings of Woodbridge's Dominique and Nancy Ianiro in Mexico last February to that of Dr. Asha Goel of Orangeville, whose family believes 4 men were hired to kill her during a visit to India in August 2003 in a dispute over a family inheritance. Boy, that's when the shit gets ugly, man. Huh? Family going after that dead man's money? Oh, shit, boy. Family. That shit turns into bloodthirst. Shout out Velez. Too late for that. That shit costs. That shit costs. Added to the list will be the Woodbridge teen Adam DePrisco, who died last Monday after visiting a popular nightclub. Hold on, but this is not giving me. Here we go. There's a common denominator. Victims' families say the Canadian government could do a much better job representing their interests abroad. It would be nice to feel that the Canadian government had your back when something like this happens. We felt let down, said Calgary's Cher Ewing, whose daughter, Kristen Dale, 20, was killed outside a Guadalajara nightclub in 2004. Ewing believes Mexican authorities botched the investigation and allowed the killers to go free. She said Canada's Foreign Affairs Department should advocate for victims' families overseas and closely watch cases such as her daughter's. Instead, she said they get scant information from Foreign Affairs, which waits to get reports sent to them by consular officials. I think that's all they have to say about that story. All right, I'm gonna look for more research. More resources. Again, this is how we go through these cases. That's the first we heard of it, and now I think that's the end of the conversation on her. Let me see. No, here we go. Ewing said she learned the men believed responsible for her daughter's slaying were being held and questioned on suspicion of murder, kidnapping, and illegal gun possession. Ewing contacted Foreign Affairs in Ottawa. We were told that the Canadian government wouldn't interfere in a foreign country's policy or procedures. Okay, this has no mention of Ivan Archibaldo. And it says whoever they had in custody, they had somebody in custody. If they had somebody in custody, then what? Are we accusing, or is the world allegedly accusing Ivan of being the one that said do that shit? Let's get there. Shout out Velez for dropping the Flores Twins exclusive playlist for Johnny. Yeah, Johnny, and the former Kingpin reacts, I think, is what you're talking about. If not, clarify for me. Tell me what you're talking about. You saying them clarifying, play-by-play clarifying on certain videos, that's what former Kingpin reacts is. Shout out Bebo. Yo, I love that video from 2 days ago where Junior straight up exposed El Primo's movie. Facts. Salutes. Good video. It's fun. Let's see. I think that's the end of it for her. We gotta go find something else. Shout out Johnny. I think I saw it on Borderland Beat a long time ago. But they linked it to Ivan supposedly. Yeah, I'll check my list. I got a list from the AI. I just wanted to go with what I saw first. We got stuff here from The Guardian, from Vice, from InfoBabe. Alright, as a matter of fact, I'll read y'all what I got here. Primo sees it Hollywood style. Shout out Bebo. Bebo says she.
Shit.
Contemporary reports say Jalisco authorities accused Ivan Archibaldo Guzman Salazar in the double homicide, but the case ultimately remained unresolved and unsolved. All right. The reported location was outside the Bali Bar in Zapopan, Jalisco. The reported motive version is Ivan allegedly approached or argued over Kristen. Cesar defended her. The confrontation escalated after leaving the bar. Shout out Ish. What's the headline in the narco world? Yeah, the Gavito arrest. We covered that. I'll be dropping the edited version tomorrow of Il Cartel News. Ivan allegedly approached or argued over Christian. Cesar defended her. The confrontation escalated after leaving the bar. This version is repeated by later reporting and Mini Leaks interview with Annabelle Hernandez and Millennial. I don't know that we covered that. I don't remember covering that. That interview that Mini Leak did with Annabelle. We covered Mini Leak's interview with Chaparro, but not Annabelle. And I didn't hear what he said in that story. We'll see if there's a video for that. Defense claim at the time, lawyer Jesus Dueña said Ivan had been badly injured in a December 2003 car crash, was in a wheelchair, and could not have fired a weapon. Was he in the club in a wheelchair? Is that part of the story? Christian's mother, Sherry Ewing, later said Mexican authorities botched the investigation and that Canada did not advocate strongly enough for families of Canadians killed abroad. All right, we got one resource here that says Carlos Garcia, correspondent. Guadalajara, Jalisco, June 30th, Ivan Archibaldo Guzman Salazar, son of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, could be transferred to the Puente Grande Federal Prison in Jalisco after the 6th District Court issued an arrest warrant against him for the murder of a Canadian student and a young man from Jalisco last year. According to the case file, El Chapito and several of his friends were involved in a dispute over 2 foreign women at a bar located in Plaza Amistad. Over 2 foreign women in Zapopan on April 23, 2004. This led to a group headed by Guzman Salazar shooting at those who were taking the Canadian students away. Christian Page Dayel and Cesar Augusto Pulido Mendoza died in the attack. According to Jorge Humberto Bucios, the lawyer defending El Chapo Guzman's son, although federal and state authorities have spoken out against transferring El Chapito to Jalisco. Fuck you mean transferring him? Was he locked up at the time? Oh, this is 2005. Failing to comply with the arrest warrant would be considered an abuse of power. Wait a minute, I'm confused. Was he locked up at the time? Shout out Ish. His mantas look professional as fuck. I wonder how the phone call goes. Like, I want to order a banner. You got me, brother? Hey, whose banners? Garito's banners? All right, so this right here, was he locked up? When was he locked up? Let's look that up. Oh, from February 2005 until he was released in 2008. So eventually they dropped the charges against him on this. Well, you know how they dropped the charges on him for this. 2005 to 2008. All right, let's see what else we got. That sounds so stupid. That girl died for nothing. Fucking dumb shit. Real dumb shit. Shout out Ish. Yeah, he ain't calling nobody for no fucking mantas no more. He gonna be begging for a Fanta pretty soon. Thirsty. Alright, let's see what else we got.
Afro Blue just subscribed on YouTube.
Shout out Afro Blue for the sub up. Appreciate you. What if this girl goes to the club? I don't know if she knew the other dude. I don't know if the other dude knew who he was fucking with. But she go out, got nothing to do with nothing, minding her business, having a good time, and next thing you know, she got this egotistical junior cartel leader ending her life. It's fucking ridiculous. See if I can get the translation of this. Shout out Afro Blue. Appreciate you. He needs to pay for this when they catch his ass. And then some. And then some. Alright, I'm gonna have to translate this. Cause for some reason I can't get a translation out this motherfucker. Nope, no translation for me. This shit old. Let's get it anyway. The son of El Chapo accused of assassinating a Canadian woman and her companion, says attorney Jesus Dueñas. The authorities in the state of Jalisco accuse Ivan Archibaldo, 21 years old, of killing by shooting Canadian Kristen Page Dial and Mexican Cesar Augusto Pulido in front of a bar in the city of Zapopan in April 2004. Dueñas assures us that his client was in a wheelchair at that time and was not able to use a firearm. Was he at the club at all? Was he at the club at all? Was he in a fucking wheelchair? Guzman was badly hurt in an auto accident in December 2003, where a friend of his was killed. Oh, the irony. Guzman finds himself at La Palma prison for money laundering. His father escaped from a prison in Jalisco in 2001 and instigated a large fight for control of narco trafficking that has left hundreds, well, we could say thousands at this point, dead in the confrontation with the United States. He's one of the most looked for people on the planet, blah, 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 blah. And that's it. All right, let's keep it moving. else do we got? Wow. A judge stepped down from this whole situation here. Federal judge declares himself incompetent to judge a Chapo Guzman's son. In 2 years, his defenders had discredited the main charges against him. Alfredo Mendez. A federal judge declared herself incompetent to judge Ivan Archibaldo Guzman Salazar El Chapito 21, accused of shooting and killing Canadian Kristen Page Dayel and Mexican Cesar Augusto Pulido in front of a bar in the city of Zapopan in April 2004. The head of the First District Court based at the North Prison, Silvia Carrasco, determined that the homicide crime for which the son of El Chapo is currently detained is of common law, and therefore it is the jurisdiction of a local judge based in Jalisco and not the federal court. She said, this is not for me. Send this shit back over there. Why you send this shit to me? I don't want this. It's got nothing to do with me. All right? Wow. According to judicial sources, the judge's ruling opens the door for the defendant's lawyer to argue that there are no longer jurisdictional reasons to keep Guzman Salazar imprisoned in the federal penitentiary. Send him to the state so he could build a tunnel. Furthermore, the informants added the judge indicated in her ruling that it is not justified for I saw that shit. For El Guzman's son. You see they keep saying his name? That's all for search engine optimization. That's all for clicks. They don't say Ivan Archibaldo because nobody knows Ivan Archibaldo. They know El Chapo. They keep repeating it. No reason for him to remain incarcerated at the Altiplano maximum security prison located in the state of Mexico. However, the judge clarified that it will be the local judge who will admit jurisdiction to handle the homicide case and decide what is the appropriate and safe place for the accused to be held. In other words, in her ruling, the federal judge left jurisdictional freedom to the judge who takes the case in the state so that he can determine if there are sufficient security conditions for Guzman Salazar to be transferred from Altiplano to another less security located in Jalisco. Since May 2005, the son of the drug lord who heads the Sinaloa Cartel, SEO, has been held in a federal prison after having spent several days in a jail in the federal district. Guzman Salazar's brief stay at the Reclusorio Preventivo Sur, administered by Mexican city authorities, ended with a massive security operation launched that month by the Federal Investigation Agency and the Federal Preventive Police to transfer the accused to the state of Mexico. Over more than 2 years of litigation in federal courts, El Chapito's lawyer managed to legally discredit all the criminal charges brought against him by the Attorney General's office, including money laundering, concealment, and organized crime. So now he only has a pending homicide charge brought against him by the Ministerial Authority of Jalisco. Money, 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 money. Money.
Millions.
Money. Where the fuck is it at? I lost it. Money, 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 money. Money. Who'd they pay? Remember, didn't they pay a president or some shit? Get him out of there? He didn't like jail, remember? In the coming days, one of the judges of the common jurisdiction of Jalisco will notify the First District Court of the North Prison if it accepts the jurisdiction of the case to continue with the process against Guzman Salazar. El Chapito's lawyer, Jesus Dueñas, has stated on several occasions that he has evidence that his client was using a wheelchair when the murders he is accused of occurred and that he is supposedly incapable of using a firearm. But the lawyer's not saying, and he was not there the night of the incident. The Chapo's son suffered severe injuries in a car accident in December. They give you everything that you don't need to hear. Shout out EC12. So they're basically saying that Yvonne killed the Canadian girl because she rejected him or something like that. So far as we've gotten is supposedly, allegedly, he was there and something happened between a dude that was with her or sticking up for her or something. And we haven't gotten farther than that. I haven't heard anything solid that says that that's what happened. Now, my question is, other than political and cartel culture reasons, what reason does Jalisco have to say it was him? Evidently, they had evidence that it was him. I don't hear about them going looking for anybody else. You know, so who knows? Let's see what else we got. So the judge already, that part said the Fed judge threw that shit to the states and get this off my desk. Probably had witnesses if it's outside a club. And here's the thing. At least somebody could tell me if the motherfucker was there or not. You know? Was he what? He was spinning in the wheelchair and shit? What are we talking about? But again, he got a doctor's note, man. Money. Millions! He got a doctor's note, man. All right, hold on. I'm looking through more of these stories here. This is crazy. El Chapito with no outstanding legal issues. Villahermosa, Tabasco, April 18th. Like the Attorney General's office, the authorities in Jalisco were also unable to prove that Ivan Archibaldo Guzman Salazar, son of Joaquin El Chapo Guzman, had committed any crime. And they did not prove that he participated in the murder of two people in Zapopan, Jalisco, in April 2004. Therefore, he has been completely free since April 11th. The Attorney General of Jalisco, Tomás Olmos, interviewed during the 20th National Conference of Attorney Generals, stated that regarding the homicide charges in the common jurisdiction, at the time he was arrested, the arrest warrant was executed, and the judge in the case considered that there was not enough evidence to indict him. It should be remembered that at the time, the PGR through the Specialized Organized Crime Investigation Unit, as well as the Attorney General's Office of the State of Jalisco, had preliminary investigations in which Ivan Archibaldo Guzman was allegedly linked to various homicides. In the investigations, Guzman Salazar was accused of the murders of Cesar Augusto Pulido Mendoza and the Canadian Kristen Page Dayel, which occurred in the early morning of April 23, 2004, outside the bar called Bolivar in Zapopan, Jalisco, as well as the murder of two people in February 2006 for an apparent drug debt in Texas, in the United States. Coño, man. However, since April 11th, El Chapo Guzman's son has regained his freedom. In that context, the Jalisco Attorney General stated that there is nothing pending against Ivan Archibaldo Guzman right now. Nothing to see here. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. If you've been here more than 5 minutes, we've entertained you and we've earned it. Saludos, Zoraida. Nothing to see here, man. Go get your fucking
Go home
shine
and
box.
get your fucking shine box.
He was in a fucking wheelchair, bro. Mind your business. It's just crazy. And he got out of prison. Looking for the next resource. Shout out Upper Echelon. Blessings to everyone in the chat. Happy Friday. Just want to do hood rat shit with my friends.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Check it out. Let's get it. All right, we got the Annabelle joint. Let's get it. Mini-Leak reveals criminal secrets of Los Chapitos' empire. After venturing into fentanyl trafficking in 2014, they adopted the Russian mafia model. They control gasoline theft, prostitution, slot machines, cigarettes, and pirated DVDs. Special collaboration by Annabelle Hernandez for Milenio. Even the most violent and ruthless drug traffickers experience fear. After Joaquin El Chapo Guzman's penultimate capture in February 2014, his 4 sons expressed their deep fear during a meeting of drug lords of being killed by their father's enemies, who had bequeathed them enormous debts, power-hungry adversaries, and the responsibility of leading a faction of the world's most powerful cartels. The then 30-something Ivan and the 20-something Alfredo, Joaquin, and Ovidio, now known worldwide as Los Chapitos, thought about leaving the drug business in the hands of Damaso Lopez Nunez, el licenciado, and his son Damaso Lopez Nunez, Damaso Lopez Serrano, nicknamed Mini-Leak. They were very afraid, so much so that they said, "We want to end this now." I was present at that meeting. Mini-Leak asserts in an exclusive interview with the author of this report, the meeting between his father and Los Chapitos, which took place at Ivan's ranch on the northern outskirts of Culiacan, occurred after Guzman Loera's arrest in Mazatlan. They announced they were leaving Sinaloa. We had a meeting where Los Chapitos said, "You know what, attorney? Look at how things are. My dad didn't leave us anything, just problems. No money, nothing to work with. He could have left us a few kilos to move. He left nothing. The only thing he left were debts and problems, and according to him, he wants us to keep supporting my aunts." Coño, man. Everybody got to foot the bill. Them tias got to eat, papas. I'm not playing no fucking game. My brother Alfredo and I, Ivan said, are going to Guadalajara, and my brothers Ovidio and Joaquin are going to Mexico City. You take everything. That's what Ivan told my dad. You take care of everything. And if you want, you can support my dad's sisters. But we don't want that trouble. What's going to happen is that my dad's enemies are going to screw us over or kill us. That's all he left us, you see. My dad couldn't handle all of them. They're going to kill us now. If Minnie wasn't so fucking biased, you know what was what in that conversation. But he's basically saying they was giving it up. Licenciado, it's on you, papas. Handle your business. You know? What's going to happen is that my dad's enemies are going to screw us over or kill us. That's all they left us. You see, my dad couldn't handle all of them. They're going to kill us. Lopez Serrano elaborates on the details of that meeting key to understanding the fate of the Sinaloa cartel and its various factions. But first he offers details of the criminal and psychological profiles of his former friends and drinking buddies. Ivan, the show-off. Alfredo, the violent one. Ha! The ghost is the violent one, huh? Joaquin, the intelligent one, and Ovidio, the henpecked husband. What the fuck? They threw one of my drivers to the tiger, Mini League says. They kidnapped him and accusing him of stealing from them because he had done business without paying his cut. Threw him to the animal in a kind of Roman Colosseum. Without paying his cut. Threw him to the animal in a kind of Roman Colosseum they have on a ranch outside Culiacan, where the feline tore off one of his hands and his genitals. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
They dumped his lifeless body on the main street where the victim's mother lived. The origin of how they began trafficking fentanyl in 2014 constitutes the... this didn't have nothing to do with what I was looking for so far. Okay. This will be its own section right here. Shout out Ish and shout out Dap. Why the motherfuckers was driving shit back and forth if they had a tunnel? Fuck wrong with them? The handpicked husband, he can't control his girls. Like father, like son, I guess. It sounds like you're onto something. The handpicked husband. Listen, everybody shit on Joaquin. If Joaquin indeed pulled off that heist on his own, he pulled off the heist of the century, bro. And that would kind of justify what Mini League said. So, the origin of how they began. Hold on, let me go back. What the fuck just happened here? Shit jumped on me. The origin of how they began trafficking fentanyl in 2014 constitutes the episodes that explains the rise and subsequent fragility of the criminal empire Los Chapitos, who have become one of the priority targets of the United States Department of Justice, which offers $10 million to anyone who provides information to capture each of El Chapo's sons who are still at large. According to Global Financial Integrity, the global fentanyl market is valued at $652 billion in the United States alone. It generates $150 billion annually. Even so, what most concerns authorities in that country is that this substance causes 73,000 deaths each year, representing 66% of all overdose deaths in the United States. Hold on, man. I have to see how long this is so we can get to the fucking point. This is pretty fucking crazy right here. Hold on. I want to do this interview, but there's a point we're trying to get at here. Hold the fucking phone. Let me find it. Hold the phone. I want to get through this whole interview. As a matter of fact, consider that part one. All right, I'm just looking for this part about old girl. But we will get to the rest of this. Next live, make sure that I do this. Hold on, I'm scrolling, y'all. Okay, I got to the car accident. I think. Yes. So let's talk about this car accident. That happened in December 03, and then this murder happened in April 04, right? So let's talk about this. In December 2003, a car accident in Culiacan changed Ivan. It happened in Culiacan as I was leaving a nightclub. I was drunk. Drag racing another car. Yeah, because you own the fucking street. Drag racing another car and on a bridge. I crashed into the back of a flatbed truck. I was going at high speed. I was trapped inside. My companion, a man, died. Ivan almost died. He was trapped. His father was already a fugitive. He was very worried and immediately arranged for him to be flown to Guadalajara. There he received medical attention and they had to put plates and nails in his leg. He almost lost his leg. He underwent several surgeries but was left with a noticeable limp due to the damaged leg. In 2004, he murdered a young Canadian woman. There's many leaks words. In 2004, he murdered a young Canadian woman who rejected him at the Bali Bar in Zapopan. That's when Ivan went to a bar and had an altercation with a young man who was with a young Canadian woman. They exchanged words because Ivan tried to approach the woman and her companion defended her. They argued, and when they left the bar, they started arguing. They were about to come to blows, but Ivan and his companions pulled out guns and shot the young men, killing them. Bitch shit. That was some bitch shit. The victims were Christian Page, Delay, and the Mexican Cesar Augusto Pulido. For the double homicide, the now leader of Los Chapitos was arrested in 2005 and imprisoned in the maximum security prison in Almoloya, state of Mexico. This event significantly impacted his personality. So is that why he went to jail? I thought it was the money laundering. So they just caught him? Who caught him? How did they catch him? We need to talk about that shit too. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so. Do you know what Ivan's time in prison was like? A lot of suffering. I have friends who were with him, prisoners in the same cell block, and they said he didn't go a night without crying, sobbing all night, and there was a lot of suffering because Ivan was very afraid. His uncle Arturo Guzman had been killed in prison. That's at Pollo. So he was afraid that his father's enemies, Osiel Caldenas and the Arellano Felix brothers, would kill him too. Ivan's leg was literally rotting away in prison. In fact, they were about to amputate it. He needed surgery and refused. The lawyer told us that Ivan didn't want the operation, said that he was afraid because he said that if they took him out for surgery, they were going to kill him, and that he preferred to have his leg amputated. In the end, only Lopez Nunez, el licenciado, was able to convince him to have the surgery and save his leg. It was in prison that Ivan indirectly began his involvement in drug trafficking. To my knowledge, he was already receiving direct profits from drug trafficking while he was in prison because his father would give drugs to Alfredo and tell them that half was for him and the other half was the profit should be kept for his brother. So that's how they said about the girl. We got to get back to that another time. That's some whole shit if that's how it happened. And imagine this. She's a girl out there traveling in Mexico, partying, just meets a guy for the first time. They talking, they're having a good time. Drunk Goofy Jr. come over there with all his power in his pocket, talking crazy. Dude steps up now. She, we talking right now. Boom, shit gets crazy and they both die. Just bullshit, man.
Bullshit.
Straight bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. See this. Yeah, please do that. Let's get it. Wow. Femicides within the Sinaloa cartel. That shouldn't even be a fucking word, bro. Just like pedophilia, femicide. Listen, throw them all in the same fucking hole, man. The world is burning. You want to know? Go look at the gore section. Any of you people that cheerlead for these motherfuckers, you chum in the water, man. These people would eat you. These people need to be all in the same hole. Everybody, and this ain't a race thing, because in every race there's a dirty, filthy motherfucker, man. Femicides, pedophiles, rapists, all of that shit. Same hole. Femicides within the Sinaloa cartel the day Ivan Archibaldo murdered a woman for rejecting him. Before becoming the leader of the most powerful faction in the Sinaloa cartel, Ivan Archibaldo Guzman, also known as El Chapito, was arrested by Mexican authorities. However, his arrest was not related to drug trafficking, but rather to the murder of a Canadian woman who rejected him at a bar in Jalisco. His father spent however much to get him out of fucking jail for him doing some stupid shit like that. These are dishonorable men, man. Fuck out of here. Fuck out of here. The event took place in the early hours of Friday, April 23rd, 2004, when Joaquin El Chapo Guzman's son was 21 years old at the time, and according to Damaso Lopez Serrano, a former member of the Sinaloa cartel and former associate of Los Chapitos, Ivan Archibaldo enjoyed a life of luxury and parties. He used to go out to nightclubs, to livestock fair. He was quite the ladies' man. And Minilik recounted in an interview with Annabelle Hernandez in collaboration with Milenio. According to the revelations of Minilik, both Ivan Archibaldo and his brother Jesus Alfredo, alias El Alfredillo, lived part of their lives in Jalisco, unlike their half-brothers Ovidio and Joaquin Lopez, who settled for time in Mexico City. It was in that state where, after a night of fun, El Chapito participated in the murder of Christian Page Dayel, a 20-year-old Canadian woman, and the Mexican Cesar Augusto Pulido, 23. Babies. Almost a year after the events, Ivan Archibaldo was arrested and taken to the Altiplano prison where months earlier his uncle Arturo Guzman Loera was murdered. Ain't no gangster shit in that image, right? That's terrified. Rejection and discussion cause of the murder. Lopez Serrano explained to the Mexican journalist that the femicide of the young woman and the murder of the companion happened outside the Bali bar established in Zapopan, Jalisco. It so happened that Ivan went to a bar and had an altercation with a young man who was accompanying a young Canadian woman. They exchanged words because Ivan tried to make a move on the woman. Her companion defended her. We heard this. They argued, and when they left the bar, they started arguing. They were about to come to blows, but Ivan and the person he was with pulled out weapons and shot the young men, killing them, he explained. However, according to the Globe and Mail, the two victims were in a pickup truck at the time of the incident. The shots were reportedly fired from the car in which Ivan Archibaldo and his companions were traveling. So the two stories differ. Minilik's story differs, and the Globe and the Mail story is different. Shout out TJ. Juniors in Culiacan was like that back then. Maito Flaco would burn homeless people after the clubs. Those are they don't have no, that's not gangster to me. You know what I'm saying? You can't give a lame power. That's what happens when you give a lame fuck power. We need that drop. Use a hoe. Shout out Zoraida. Drop the ludicrous on us. So the stories differ. In Minileak's story, they were about to come to blows. In the Globe and the Mail, the two victims of the incident were in a car and shot from Ivan Archibaldo's car. There she is. Pretty girl. According to local media in Canada, her mother, Sherry Ewing, was in Mexico visiting her daughter, who was part of an international exchange program but did not go with her to the bar. Fuck.
Coño, man.
Shout out TJ. Hell no, that ain't gangster. That's why I don't understand these people that cheerlead these fucking dorks. This is good against evil. Consider good what you want to call it. Evil is evil. There's no mistaking it. Information shared by the young woman's family with the McKinnis and Holloway Funeral Home located in Calgary, Alberta indicates that Kristen enjoyed soccer, dancing, painting, theater, and music. She was a sophomore in the business program at Mount Royal College. Her body was transported with the support of Canadian authorities to her place of origin, where she was bid farewell by her parents, her two brothers, other relatives, and friends. The arrest of Ivan Archibaldo, an event that marked his life 10 months after the deaths of the two young men, or the man and the woman, the translation probably got that off, On February 13, Ivan Archibaldo was arrested in an operation carried out in Zapopan. He was immediately transferred to social rehabilitation at La Palma. At first, he was only accused of the murder of Paige Dayel and Augusto Polido, but months later, the Attorney General's office brought charges against him for money laundering and for his alleged participation in a criminal organization, the Sinaloa Cartel, and they couldn't lock that down. Why? Million. They called Genaro Garcia Luna, and when he answered the phone, all he heard was "Amigo," and that was it. Million. However, in 2008, El Chapito was released after a judge determined there was insufficient evidence against him, and El Chapo's son returned to Culiacan. From that year on, everything changed. His entry into the Sinaloa cartel was imminent. Shout out Cody, weak ass man, indeed. Regarding the murder of the young people in Zapopan, Paige Dayel's mother asserted that the case was riddled with corruption, as nurses and doctors, as well as the legal defense, claimed that Ivan Archibaldo was not in Mexico at the time of the event. So you can look at Ivan Archibaldo's wheelchair story. Now, they say he had surgeries, right? But if you're telling me, to me, it seems very cut and dry. If you're telling me that he's in a wheelchair, was he or was he not at the club? Was he standing on his own 2 feet? That's the question. And the defense claimed that Ivan was not in Mexico at the time of the events. Damn. And here's the sad part. If he didn't do it, they didn't give a fuck who else did, because they didn't find nobody else. So there's only one of two reasons. They didn't look, or he did that shit. This is because in 2003, El Chapo suffered a serious car accident in which he almost lost his life. His lawyer at the time, Jesus Dueñas, stated in 2005 that his client was in a wheelchair and unable to use a firearm. Ivan Archibaldo is currently wanted by U.S. authorities who are offering a $10 million reward. It's probably been up since then. Ivan Archibaldo is currently wanted. That's it. His brother, Jesus Alfredo, also has a reward of the same amount, $10 million. All right, that's the first I hear somebody say that Alfredillo was the violent one. That's a thread to pull on. I think we got to the bottom of it, man. And the bottom of it is a big bowl of shit. The bottom of it is a 20-year-old girl that went to enjoy a little bit of time, you know. Evidently sound like she worked hard. Studying business. Had loving family that came to Mexico to visit her. She stepped out to go have a drink with a homeboy, maybe a classmate. Meanwhile, there's a spoiled wolf around. And the shit goes left. And neither one of them get to see the rest of their life. See if there's any updates. I doubt it. See what Vice is talking about. Hold on, I'm trying to get to that part. I ain't say shit right here. Here we go. They just went to somebody else's shit, man. These news outlets are liars too. Yo, the Knicks is doing their shit, huh? The eldest brother, Ivan, first made headlines in the early 2000s after the death of an exchange student, but this is not going to give us nothing new. Unsolved. So there it is. There it is. Dirtbag shit. Dirtbag shit. Shout out Sam. Yes, Oakland has said that supposedly Alfredillo is the more violent than Ivan. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
Shout out there. Missed a lot, but I'm finally back. No worries. Get that replay game. All right. Hopefully you guys planted the sacred plant in the backyard. But that's the answer. The answer is he got away with all the other shit they charged him with, right? He got straight out of jail. So that's the story. The Globe and the Mail, their story is that all of that happened in the club, and then outside, Kristen and Cesar were in the car, in the truck, and bullets rang out from Ivan Archibaldo's car and took their life. Mini League's story is that they got into it in the club. They went outside. When the shit was later on, they went outside and they almost came to blows and shit went left and they smoked everybody. That shit ain't gangster to me, man. None of that shit. He probably felt his ego bruised and boom. That's how they move. That's why they fight with each other. Hit the like button if you have yet to do so. If we could get to 45, that'd be nice before your boy get out of here. We've been here 4 hours. Salutes. Knicks definitely doing their thing. Shout out there. Who knows what's in the garden? I didn't sign up for that life. No, y'all need he's Jamaican. Y'all need the sacred plant back there. You know what I'm talking about. No te hagas. Yep, 3-hour replay game. Shout out Luis Garcia on the check-in. Salutes. Shout out Upper Echelon, Family Night. All right, y'all. 100's up in the chat to y'all. Again, hit that like button. Let's get to 45. We had a good time tonight. I'm going to have to edit this stuff myself. My AI is going to be like, bruh, what the fuck were you doing?
Bruh.
Gonna see them video clips and be like, Alright, let me shout out the top fans list for everybody that was in the live chat today. Alright, shout out Shannon. Salute to Shannon, Zoraida, my brother Oso, Velez, Cody, Ish. Salutes. Thank you guys for the drinks. Velez, Ish. Shout out Dat, Tere, TJ, HG, Upper Echelon, Ivy, Miguel, Johnny, Kenny, Leo, Sam, Bevel, LD, Michael, Primo, 2 times, Nando, Quasi, Marquise, Luis Garcia, EC12, Average, and Third Coast. Salutes. Appreciate y'all. Thank y'all for coming through. shout out, my brother also. Tere, no te hagas. Sorry, we only put that sacred plant and alcohol for body aches. Y'all missing out, man. The fuck is going on over there? I expect better from the both of you. Shout out Hog Hunter. Salutes. Hog Hunter, hit that like button on the way in. Shout out Johnny. Enjoy your drinks. Good smoke. Blessed weekend. Salutes to you. Y'all have a great weekend. Salute to Ivy. Your boy gonna get some food. Kick rocks. Try not to work. But I don't see that happening. Alright. I cheated on my clean eating this morning. Couldn't sleep, so decided to be rebellious, but I paid for it in the long run. Saca la bolsita. Shit, you need to tell them to send you a planta. Put that shit in the backyard. Pura de marca. Coño, man. You guys are wild.
Coño, man.
Get the fuck out of here. All right, salute to JP, wherever the fuck he's at. All right, we'll check in on him. The People's Champ. Hashtag King. Mr. Nice Watch.
At Terra855 sent $9.99 on YouTube. Sign is up.
She's a quick learner. Shout out to the 45 likes. Shout out Tere. The sign is up. One beer. Salute Tere. I appreciate you. She's a learner. She learns quick, y'all. She was on it. She was on it. Hold on. The fuck? Where we at here? Let me get in this live chat. That's just hilarious. Sign was up. Gotcha. Good shit. Let me go grab that. And alcohol isn't how you get the full effect of it. Facts. Save it for later? No. We busting that shit down right now. Alright, we made it past all the Humex. Shout out Pickatrix. This is still from the donated pack from Pickatrix. He mad at me right now, but he'll be back. Shout out also, he thought that shit was from Got him. HG said, so how many beers and shots shot in already? No, a beer and 2 shots. That's it. This is my second beer. Shout out Zorada. Hashtag King. Smooth operator move, indeed. Yep. I think it's a cheat weekend, Zorada. This is my second month eating clean. I already fucked up this morning. I think I'm going in this weekend and back to business on Monday. That's where I'm at. You know? I didn't drink enough, according to Leo. Leo said I didn't drink enough. Hit that like button. I agree. What a shitty story. Girl goes to a club, jerk off, smokes her. What the fuck? Let me make sure this fucking sign is on. Should I be looking good though, man? I can tell you've been staying hydrated. Staying hydrated, man. Gotta stay hydrated, Papa. Yeah, it took us a long time to get through this 12er. We still got a 5-pack in there. So Leo, gotta get that Google. I'll make sure it's there by next week. I feel like I used to use it to cop sneakers. Oh shit. Come on, man. I've been trying to send this. I hope it went through. Boom. Hell yeah. What else? Let's see what Borderland Beat's talking about. Let me see if my AI gave me everything else. I'm hydrated with holy water. Shout out Luis. Happy fucking Friday. Salutes, man. Million. Happy Friday to you too, man. Who was it? Who came in here and said they didn't get a notification? Was that? Who was it? Somebody said they didn't get a noto. El tubo, boy, they be working against me. Everybody's watching though. Believe that. All your favorite YouTube channels is watching your boy. Hoping I stay where I'm at. Shout out Zorada. What you do to him? Why he mad? Well, I ain't do nothing. Oh, it was you, Leo? Leo didn't get a noto. Power Chat takes Google Pay, Leo. Shout out Oso. I didn't even know that. Also on some JP shit over here. Trade secrets. No mommy's weak.
No mommy's weak.
Been building this system. Every day is something new to tighten up, get right. But we're getting there. This weekend, the cheat weekend, I might have to have it all. I might have to have my Philly cheesesteak pizza. Maybe a Charlie burger. I don't know, man. I need something. I already done fucked it up. See what Borderland Beat talking about. Yeah, you'll figure it out. I'll drop that Google Play link next week. Appreciate you. And that's another thing to talk about. All of these people, and just think about all of these missing kids and these missing people. And then the mothers go searching for them. They get smoked. This is fucking. That's living hell. So that's why you shouldn't deprive yourself. Well, I'm learning how to work the calories, how to keep this for this and how to work that off, and so little by little. But also just threw me off. I saw his comment and shit. I lost my thought. He said he had some Charlies but didn't post it. Got the pictures though, motherfucker. I'll put him in the fucking bathroom. Put him in the fucking bedroom. I don't like logging into my Instagram and seeing Charlie's motherfucking Instagram on my shit. I don't even open it. I don't want to see that shit. Just like when I don't want to spend no money. I don't look at no clothes. I don't look at no sneakers. I ain't looking at no hats. Shout out Velez. You count your macros? I try. I've been pretty good. Listen, what I told you I was going to do for the first 30 days, I did it for the second 30 days. In the time that I've cheated, I had the burger and the hot dog at the WrestleMania party with my nephews. I had a burrito and an horchata. And maybe like a tiny piece of cake that my father told me, don't fucking deny yourself, go get you that shit. That's it in 60 days. So I've been pretty good. Today I was frustrated I couldn't sleep. I said, you know what, I'm going to sugar it the fuck up. I've been a lot of protein and veggies and shit like that. A lot of chicken breast. Also with the receipts. Boom. There they got the Bud Garden looking crazy right there. Nice. You ever seen a dude on IG that does some fire looking Mexican food for weight loss? Nah, but next time you see him, drop him in the fitness section of the Discord. Alright, anybody want to join our Discord? That's where we hang out. When we're not here doing hood rat stuff with our friends, we're over there doing
But I
hood rat
wanted
stuff.
to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Daddy, I don't know if y'all saw that trick that they do. You see how you put up that chicken wire? They say if you paint that black, when you look over there, you won't see the reflection of it. You'll be able to see right through it. Shout out Big June on the check-in. Salutes to the usual suspects. Salutes to you, sir. And that's shout out IB. You're way more likely to make progress if you let yourself have days like this and aren't too rigid with the whole thing. And here's the thing, I don't feel like I'm going out of my way to be rigid, if that makes sense. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've been finding alternatives and switching shit up, and I'm good. I don't feel pressed about the shit like I thought I would. You know what I'm saying? Maybe now and then I see a picture and say, coño, man. But then I think about what it's going to take to get that shit off of me. Mexico's not lindo anymore. It's still beautiful. It's just fuck, man. If you ain't involved, you ain't got to worry about nothing but the cops. Here's the problem, man, TJ. That shit used to be true, man. You know what I'm saying? That shit used to be true. I don't feel like, and I again, I'm not there. You know, you're closer to it than I am probably, but I don't. From what I see and from what I'm looking at, involved, not involved. That's what it is. I think motherfuckers just got used to the shit. All you post-basketball motherfuckers, hey, man, y'all could watch that fucking game. You put your boy Shy in your fucking ear, or you put that live stream on, you put it on mute, and you hit that like button. Right? That all in Leo's business. I got time, run it. We'll do, Shy, what? What's that? Velez, what the fuck you talking about? We'll do what? Oh, the link? Yeah. If you see the link, drop it in there. The British press did a report about the missing people in Mexico. They're talking about how the government is more focused on providing security for the people that are coming for the World Cup. And that's now. What the fuck they've been paying attention to? These people have been missing for a long time. A lot of people been going missing. Them Izaguri Ranch shit. All of this shit. And again, now the distraction away from that and using all the resources is the World Cup. Now let me ask y'all something. I saw a video of people tearing down statues. Was that real? I just caught it out the corner of my eye, tearing down these big built plastic soccer player statues, and they was knocking them down, and people were fighting in the park about the shit. Was that real? At this point, y'all missed the initial show. We've been here 4 hours and 15 minutes. Now we just talking our shit. But you can go back, catch that replay game. Shout out 509. How about them Knicks? You made some money tonight? Get that money down.
Millions.
The way they count crime is when there's bodies. So if you can't find them, it makes it seem like the crime rate's way lower. No mames.
No mames.
Coño, man.
I bet on Met. What was the score of that? What was that score of that Knicks game? Or are they still playing? Sure it is. Mexico is beautiful as long as you're staying in your lane and out of trouble. And it might come looking for you. It might run into you. Like it ran into her. That girl wasn't looking for shit. We just talked about it. And what did she run into? The son of one of the biggest drug lords, most powerful men that ever graced that area. Shout out my brother Oso. My go-to Mexican restaurant been failing me lately with their portions, considering how expensive they've gotten. Yeah, they're gonna blame inflation. Shout out Big June. I missed a lot today. Oh yeah, you got a whole lot of replay game to do, papas. Enjoy. Have a good laugh on us. Seen the Knicks game in NY has the cheapest tickets at 9,000. Jesus Christ, they just price fans out of the game, bro. Can only imagine what Game 4 is gonna go for. It's crazy. I don't know what the fuck y'all talking about. Shout out IB. Yeah, I think it was real. They've been going wild in Paris. But was those statues coming down? They was coming down in Mexico though, no? And what the fuck is going on in Paris? And I don't know. There's a lot of shit going on. The world's burning. Well, all you can do is love who you love, hug your loved ones, do your best for the people around you, raise good people, raise thoughtful people, considerate people that will not be pushed, that are extremely capable of becoming what they're not to protect their peace. If that makes sense. Technically, my husband buys the drink. Shout out Patrick. Salutes to you. Appreciate you, sir. Shout out Velez. The show was over twice already, Big June. La cagó el gallo. No. That was Sade, a.k.a. Tere, smooth operator over there, boy. She slid in on some JP Big Money Sunny shit. Got him. But I appreciate that you gave me the option to save it for later, because I will take that option when given. Sometimes I got to get the fuck out of here. Today we chilling. I said I was going to be here for a good time, not a long time, and Joe, we going on 4.5 hours. 105, 104. That's the final. New York. Wow. Down to the wire, huh? All right. That's cool, man. Fuck all of them, all right? Fuck them all. Double three-peat. Chicago Bulls. Michael Jordan. Miss me with the bullshit. Right? A lot of bullshit has been talked. Shout out Velez. Just don't leave the resort. Pretty soon, that shit's going to be out the window, too. Oh, okay. Oh, is that what? Okay, my bad. That is what TJ was talking about. It was teachers protesting for better pay. So they were like, fuck these soccer statues. Get this shit the fuck out of here. Get this shit out of here, Papa. Shout out IB. I don't get excited for sports, but I think it's pretty badass. NYC having a moment right now with Mamdani and everything. It's a whole vibe out there. No, they getting their moment. The Knicks needed one. Them motherfuckers was the Cubs of basketball. When is the World Cup? Hopefully everything's peaceful there. Hopefully everything's peaceful at the UFC. June 11th. So right there, right around the corner. Yep, shout out Cody. Leo la cagó el gallo.
Yo vivo tranquila con la cagó el gallo. Cállate, hijo.
Starts next Thursday. We almost there. Yeah, I think everything should be fine. He said, shout out Leo. He said, not even, bro. The resorts got shot up too. You see, they were giving tickets for UFC to the military, but they had to meet certain height and weight requirements, bro. We're living in an episode of South Park, bro. We're fucked up. You see, they built that big ass thing to hold the lights, and the president's like, I like it. Got American flag on it. I think we're gonna leave it there. Bro, we're living in the fucking Simpsons episode, man, for real. Puro China. We're living in Team America. I need to get that on the board. Yo, DMX used to love that shit. America, fuck yeah. You know what I mean? I need to put that on the board. Because, this is America.
This is America.
Mans was nodding off looking like that Fetty sitting in the Oval Office yesterday. Little sleepy trompito. No mames, pendejo. Despierta, ponte las pilas, cabrón. The fuck? We're living in the Simpsons, man. Shout out Leo. If that's true, Mexico wins the World Cup. He even had the opiate voice and everything. It's just crazy, man. We are living in a state of denial. That's where we at. That's where we at. In a state of denial. It wasn't sleep. It was definitely a nod. Yeah, there you have it. I believe it. Shout out TJ. DMX will come through 95th Princeton to get some smoke in a limo. True story. I don't doubt it. I've seen him drive a tour bus. Fuck is we talking about? Shout out IB. I was studying it. IB, we need a case report on that fucking nodding in front of the whole world. Everybody, you know the Leonardo DiCaprio meme, he pointed at the fucking, he snapped his finger, he pointed at the TV, got the square in his mouth and shit. That's the rest of the world leaders. Look at that motherfucker. That motherfucker nodding right there. Look at him. Oh, drug addict ass president. That's what they saying. He was sounding like OG Shadow. That's crazy. Teacher said if they don't get what they're asking for, they would be there when the World Cup start too. They looking to get their ass beat. Can or can't EC12? Shout out EC12. I sometimes can't even believe Trump is president. I don't know if you guys pay attention to the government social media accounts, but the posts Like if they were a bunch of 12-year-olds, it's pretty crazy. I don't, you know why I don't look at it? Because it's what I expect. I've been seeing this coming for many, many moons. I've been screaming at the fucking top of my lungs about it. Nobody heard me. Same as I was screaming about marijuana, and all of a sudden it's legal all over and getting taxed by the U.S. government. Motherfuckers don't listen to me. I saw this shit coming. I told you, he's a little kid in the room with all the buttons. He just fucking hitting all the fucking buttons and shit. All petty cow and shit. But yeah, we're living in a fucking... It sounds like 12-year-olds. I don't even look at their Instagram because it's what I expect. And when I do see it, when somebody posts it, they be like, look what this fucking dumb... I be like, this is America.
This is America.
We're fucked. All I can do is control my little world. And that's all you can do too. And do a lot of praying to whoever y'all pray to. Shout out TJ. I was a shorty, like you say, and shy, only Mexican in them projects. Yeah, I believe you. Look at me thinking no one knew at the dinner table when I was 19. Huh? Thinking no one knew what, Ivy? Oh, look at me thinking no one knew when I was sitting at the dinner table when I was 19. Yeah. No. We be thinking that we fooled everybody. We be thinking we hid and nobody saw us. Meanwhile, we loud and obnoxious. And that's the thing. It takes us a different kind of growth to see that shit. There's a lot of people out there that there's never enough evidence for a fool. You can't tell them. You can never convince them of what they are. Why? Because they already identify with what they've created in their mind about themselves. And that's a cage. So that was what other Simpsons episode. All the episodes. Shout out Cody. If our president nods out, we need to give up that drug war. Man, the war on drugs is fake. And what you just said is definitely what's happening. Shout out Ivy. I had to look that up because I knew it sounded familiar, but yes, exactly. No education or degree needed at this point. Listen, when Tupac used to say, there's phone calls between Tupac and Monster Cody and a lot of other people, and he would be talking about all the things that he wanted to do in the community and how it all led to getting people to vote for the right candidates, and if the candidates was out of pocket, the people would have some control of them. He wasn't speaking from a place of ignorance. He was speaking from a son of a Black Panther. I would like to say one of the sons of the Black Panther Party. And he didn't have delusions of being president. But he said, I might not change the world, but I will spark the brain that does. Right? I always say that I believe that that brain was Nipsey Hussle, but he was murdered. Right? But Pac used to say, I'm gonna be in the mix of this political shit. Watch. And I believe if he were alive today, that would be true. And people say, come on, Shay, he's just fucking Tupac. First of all, you don't understand who he was intellectually. Second of all, your brain is living in a past world, in a past life. Because now is an even more opportune time for someone like Tupac to sit in the presidential seat. You know why? Because Trump is in there. Okay? So there wasn't such a far fucking fetched idea. Kanye said he was going to run for it. The shit turning into a popularity contest. What they're showing you is what we're in for 10, 15, 20 years. What we're leaving to our children. I don't even want to say it out loud and spark some shit. To where you might end up with a Tekashi 6ix9ine or a Vlad TV as president 20 years from now. I just wish Tupac would have survived. He warned us that all this shit we're seeing is going to happen. The live streamers, let's not blame rap no more about the negativity, blah, blah, blah. These guys, all they talk about is their broken little hearts at this point in rap. But miss me with the rappers. It's these live streamers out there disrespecting each other, disrespecting everybody. Women being putitas, men disrespecting them. Just showing these kids how to do all the wrong shit, but not showing them that they got to pay retainers for all of that to be able to do all that shit. That they got to, there's a lot of things in place that these kids that are going to follow them don't have. But that's where we're at. My ideologies and Scarface. I often wish that I could save everyone, but I'm a dreamer. My shit is dated. I see the shit that happens to these little girls, the shit that I see in the gore section that happens to these little girls. I saw a little girl get poked up by a coward. I often wish that I could save everyone, but I'm a dreamer. We're living in a cold fucking world, and it's not to be sad and depressed about. It's to do all of the things that we have in our power to raise good people. And hopefully they'll have a fighting chance later. Didn't mean to bum y'all out, but that's Teddy's fault. She wanted to throw that extra beer in there, and I appreciate it. Shut up, Velez. It's not what you know, but who you know, Teddy. That's big facts. Instead of war on poverty, we got a war on drugs so the police can bother me. Facts. Yeah, he was ahead of his time, and motherfuckers still don't want to acknowledge it. I mean to say, I can't believe he is the president sometimes. No, that's the world we live in. We're in a fucking Simpsons episode, bro. Everything just seems like a parody. This is a parody of America.
This is America.
Everything just seems like a parody, almost like we're in an SNL skit. That's where we're at. The government's social media accounts are so unprofessional. The government's behavior in the White House is unprofessional. The government's behavior with your tax dollars has been unprofessional for a very long time. Daddy over here agreeing with Velez on the bolsita. The way Primo cap, he might run. When he running, is he gonna run? He's out of here?
Run.
Shout out Ivy. We blaming everything on clavicular from now. I don't like that guy. That guy would never exist in my world. He's a little kid with tantrums. Shout out Ivy. Got all inspirational with it. Love it. Nah, shout out Ivy. Now I'm just saying, like, I wasn't trying to get on my soapbox and give oh captain my captain fucking speech. But I do believe that all we can do is raise good people. Listen, there's bitch ass, punk ass dudes out there, and there's stupid bitches out there. Don't raise no punk ass dude, don't raise no stupid bitch. You don't have no reason to. If it happens to your children, it's because you neglected them, because now you got everything at your disposal to teach them right from wrong and show them what the world has to offer. Shout out there. Hey, I said save it for later. You did. I appreciate you. I'm saying that shit got me on my soapbox, running for El Presidente. Now I'm gonna train my AI agents to do all the presidential work. It'll do better than Trumpito. The movie Idiocracy was spot on. I want to watch it again because it's been years since I've seen it, and I keep hearing that. And I think I need to do it on Ill Films. Shout out Sam. I think the U.S. is in decline. The country will never be the same again. There is no going back how things used to be. No. Listen, man. The prices always go up, Sam. They'll never go backwards. They'll never go down. They'll go up. Somebody has to break the wheel. Game of Thrones style. It didn't even happen in Game of Thrones. But somebody has to break the wheel. The way that this has been working all the time, it got to be different. And it has to be the person that doesn't want the power, but wants to save humanity from each other. Uh-oh, did it get it? I told you, you got to plant the sacred fucking... If your brother got a strain, you know what I'm saying? Tell him, hey man, if he's looking for anybody to partner with to promote his strain. Every time you hear the lighter, America's a third world country now. Shit, coño, man.
Coño, man.
APB's out on Ivan Levi's. APB's out on 323G. We got some APBs out there. Shout out to other pre-shot. We need better generations with some cojones. With some cojones to fight back, man. If you see, when hip-hop was used as an instrument of change, it was instantly co-opted and sent in a different direction. Hip-hop brought people together. There's been many subcultures that brought people together. They've all been crushed. Okay, there you go. Shout out Teddy. My brother plans for his wife. They got 7 kids. And that's what keeps her sane according to the A. Don't ever discount it. I believe her. All right? I was just asking if he had a business or something. Shout out Osho. Unfortunately, that person will just get offended. Which person? I don't know. We're on a delay. What are we talking about here? I want to know. Come on, we're talking. You guys got me. I'm here. Estoy aquí. We've actually been downgraded to developing nation status. We're past. Hold on. Wait. Hold the fucking phone, bro. Hold on.
What the hell? Oh my God. No mommy's wake.
We flew right past third world country and we've gone to developing nation status. Coño, then they gotta let go of Puerto Rico and Guam and shit. Then if you barely a developing nation, then you can't be colonizing shit. Fuck are you colonizing? Shut up, Daddy. Sorry, I'm just airing on my family secrets. We all in your business like it's Ricky Bobby and shit. Oh, shout out my brother also, the person with the cojones to make change. Unfortunately, that person will just get offended. Huh? The person with the cojones to make change. You mean killed? Do you mean killed by offended? Because that's what happens. They get killed. Like Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Tupac, Nipsey Hussle. Oh, okay. Shout out IB. I could always count on IB for correction. Developing nation is technically more advanced than a third world country. All right. He gave us a little bit. Okay, my bad. I thought we had passed it up. Oh, oft. Okay, my bad. Facts. Shout out also oft. That's it. Let's go back. Unfortunately, that person will just get oft. Yeah. Yep. They give him the Michael Hastings treatment. The Michael Jackson treatment. The Prince treatment. The Chester treatment. Shout out that. Other countries don't work their people so hard. I swear when I'm out the country, I don't worry about bills, etc. What you mean though? But you're not living out the country. Shit, when I'm on vacation, I feel like I ain't got to worry in the world too. Damn, also said JFK status. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
Shout out Teddy. How many drinks have you had tonight, Shai? I've had 2 beers and 2 shots. 2 beers and 2 shots. crazy, man. We're living in a fucking Simpsons movie. Simpsons, yeah, the movie. Shout out to that. That's it? Yeah, I think so. But Les got me a beer and a shot. Ish got me a shot. You got me a beer. Yeah, 2 shots, 2 beers. That it with the family secrets. That it. Man, hold on. I gotta talk to Patrick, man. I need to get Patrick on the panel. Right? Was Patrick? Well, I don't want to get all of his business. Got kids and shit. Be on his business. I'm just saying, like, the secret plant is a quality of life thing. Right? It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to have a negative. It can be enlightening. Not DMT enlightening. That's a whole different kind of enlightening. Simpsons predicted it all. Man. Time travel, man. Tesla figured it out. Shout out also. So I just fact checked myself. In 2022, our rank from the UN Office of Sustainable Development downgraded up from 32nd to 41st, putting us in between Cuba and Bulgaria, which are considered developing. Golly. What? Well, here it is, IB. He wants to get Cuba out of there. He wanted to go take over Cuba, so they're off the list. He don't find himself between there no more. Shout out to that. Patrick's such a goody boy. He was raised well. My family's the crazy one. Hold on. He could have been raised well and still smoked the leaf. Shout out to him, though. He's a good man. Raising a good family. I agree. When I go to Mexico, I'm like, how does everyone make it home for lunch and don't get home at 7 p.m.? What you mean? I'm trying to understand what the hell. What the hell? But I'm just here. We chilling. Hit that like button. We got the 50. That's what's up. Shout out Ivy. Yeah, we coming for that 40th spot. Yeah, we got to get Cuba the fuck out of there. We're going to absorb Cuba. And then, I told you, he's been fighting his own little quiet, world war. Let me go get this dictator. Let me get that president. Let me put this one back. And let me get this little island right here. I need that. We already got Puerto Rico under the belt. We good. We good. All right, y'all. I think we've reached it. No? Are we still going? What are we doing? Shout out Gucci Kano on the check-in. Long time no see. Going to Mexico next month. Enjoy. Be safe. Have a good time. Get your party on. Probably going to backfire, and then we'll all be driving those cars from the 50s and sell all the new ones to China. We be looking like Cuba in here. Trying to fucking fix a 1960s Chevy. Heard the engineers and mechanics over there are cold as fuck. There's always that one family more reserved. I got a Trompito supporter, buzz smoker, 2 dramatic sisters. I swear my brother and I are normal. We are the Snow Gang. We are the Snow Song. What Snow Song? What the fuck are you talking about? Shout out Gucci. Yeah, have fun. Have fun. Stay out of trouble, though. You don't fuck up over there. Do all your fucking up here. Or don't fuck up at all. How about that? Have a good time. You never know. Shout out Gucci. Glad to see the page going hard still. Yeah. We do our work around here. We get her done. We get it done. All right, y'all. Hundreds up in the chat, man. Bow. Your boy gonna kick rocks. Been here 4 hours and 43 minutes. Zorada, they take naps at noontime. Like how? Coño, man. A nice little noon nap. who popped up after the fact? Shout out Gucci. Shout out 509.
Jonathan Pantria sent $2 hashtag salutes Chi my brother hashtag El Cartel member San chat hashtag hope you are all having a blessed and grateful hashtag hanging out doing hoodrat shit with my friends Friday hashtag quality of life enlightenment hashtag like and subscribe to the great quality content hashtag support the channel hashtag we growing hashtag it's free.
Yo, this fucking guy popped up out of nowhere as we expect him to. Shout out JP for the $2 power chat. Salute Shai my brother Il, Cartel members, and chat. Hope you are all having a blessed and grateful hanging out doing hood rat shit with my friends Friday.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with my friend.
Hanging out doing hood rat shit with my friends Friday. Quality of life enlightenment. Like and subscribe to the great quality content. Support the channel. We growing. It's free. Salutes JP in the motherfucking building. Good shit. Shout out JP on the Overwatch. On the Overwatch. Shout out that every time you say bye, somebody pops up. Alright? Luckily, they're all welcomed and it wasn't a troll. But I just gave him a green light. Somebody will come talking shit. That song Snow, chinga tu. Oh, Snow, yeah. Chinga su madre, ya valió. Going to Durango. I know you heard the twins mention Durango. Yeah. We've been talking about it all night. Enjoy. Have a good time. If you see anything crazy, drop it in the Discord. Saludada Shai, my tias and tios come home from lunch, sit with the family, eat, and go back to work, but are not coming back at 7 p.m. What you mean? They come back later than 7 p.m.? What are we talking about? Shout out HG. El perdido ya llegó. On some mic drop mixtape shit. No. He came in. He came in here on some mixtape shit. All right. Hold on, y'all. Shout out JP, man. Shout out JP. HG, saludos. I'm here to shake babies and kiss hands. Yeah. You the people's champ. You gotta, kiss hands. Shake hands. No, kiss hands and shake babies, man. We're talking how America works people to death. If you go to another country, they take naps in the middle of the day, get out of work like normal. Oh, they still get out at 7 p.m. Okay. Yeah, they got some self-respect in their jobs. Yeah, not here. Not here, not China. Here, I'm going to work till it hurts. And then some. Shout out Leo, shaking at the babies. It's just a joke, people. All right? I told him, you're the people's champ. You got to be out there. Kissing hands and shaking babies. I mean, my bad. Shaking hands and kissing babies. Shout out Gucci. Got to tap in with you, Shy. I'm only 2.5 hours away. Salutes, man. We go get some food, make a video out of it. Shout out JP. Salutes. JP, we just talking bullshit at this point. We going on 5 hours. Your boy's on a cheat meal weekend. I gotta get loose. It's going down. Shout out JP. Ghillie Suit JP. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
Shout out Teddy. You type pretty fast, like important mission fast, like this right here. That was definitely an important mission. Facts. That was definitely an important mission. JP, hi. Hope you're feeling better. Salutes. I'm gonna let JP have his love fest. Shy, there was another explosion. This one more recent and closer to home. What you mean, explosion where? I see what you're trying to do here, Big Money Sunny Jr. See what you're trying to do here. Daddy already successfully did it. Even though she gave me an out, you would never give me an out. Of course, mi querido amigo, doing hood rat stuff with my friends.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff with
Nada
my
más,
friends.
faltaba tú. Salutes JP. Hope you're having a great and blessed Friday. Explosion where? Let me see. The expressway here? Coño, man. Also sent me something about they overturned, I believe, the convictions on the paramedics that gave ketamine to. My brain ain't there right now. Also, remind me what I'm talking about. I got it right here. Yeah, Elijah McClain. It's bullshit. Disappointing. The expressway. Okay, one more. See if we got a video. Let them play a video for us. Damn, killed a person on the Eisenhower? When the fuck was this? Jesus Christ. I'm living in the Simpsons, bro. For real. All right, hold on.
Watch as tonight, this dramatic scene, the bomb squad investigating a blown out SUV on the suburban Chicago expressway.
What the fuck?
Watch as these three officers carrying a shield and long gun cautiously approach that vehicle, the front windshield gone.
We're sending a guy up with a rifle with the bomb squad.
State police requesting help from many agencies, including federal ATF officers who quickly arrived on the scene. Law enforcement sources tell NBC Chicago the vehicle was being tracked by federal drug agents and that there's no evidence this was a targeted attack. Investigators can be seen sifting through the vehicle and lining the road looking for any evidence as law enforcement prepares these robotics. Illinois State Police say the incident began just after 10 a.m. on Illinois' I-290.
We're going to need some cars to divert. They're shutting down both ways.
Both directions of the three-lane highway shut down, snarling traffic for miles.
Oh, it's terrible. Very frustrating. Very frustrating.
Drivers even standing outside of their cars.
Motherfucker, somebody blew up, man. Traffic gonna be traffic when somebody blew up. What the fuck are what are we talking about here? Yo, we're fucked up as humans, bro. We're fucked up.
On the major highway, with state police telling motorists to avoid the area.
And Tom, going into the evening rush hour, you see that highway is still closed. You see the car is still there, and FBI agents processing the scene, setting it down and picking up evidence markers. Tom, we know going into the evening now that the Drug Enforcement Agency is involved in assisting this investigation. Tom?
Okay, Shaq Brewster for a Shaq. We thank you.
What? They were tracking the vehicle. Hold on. We need to know. JP done started some shit. I see what you did there, though. You pulled a big money Sonny move on me. This was a double up. This was some Ill Avengers shit for real. Alright? New details. Let's see what the new details are, because coño, man, this was 7 hours ago. Then I'll go to the 3 hours ago. Because they didn't say nothing. They said they was tracking it. Okay, you was tracking it. It blew up. Okay, what about who was in it? What happened? Tell us something.
New details tonight in that mysterious incident that shut down a major stretch of the Eisenhower Expressway for hours Thursday morning and into the evening. What authorities first described as a vehicle investigation is now being called an explosion that left one person dead. Leslie Moreno is live. And Leslie, we got a little bit more information, but of course we still have a lot of questions today.
Hey, Lauren, yeah, much different scene out here on the Eisenhower. Just 24 hours ago, traffic, as you mentioned, was at a standstill for nearly 8 hours as crews and investigators worked this scene. Tonight, we're hearing from a bomb expert on what he thinks may have happened. But first, we want to show you what this scene looked like yesterday. Authorities have now confirmed that the incident that brought traffic to a halt on 290 near Mannheim Road Thursday morning was an explosion that killed one person. Investigators say there is no evidence the explosion was connected to any other event, and no indication that anyone else was involved. The discovery triggered a massive response from multiple agencies, including the FBI, ATF, Illinois State Police, and local authorities. For hours, both directions on the Eisenhower were shut down as investigators examined a heavily damaged vehicle on the westbound side of the expressway. The closure left thousands of commuters stranded, and for many, one question stood out. Despite the explosion, the vehicle appeared largely intact from a distance, prompting speculation about what exactly happened inside. We spoke with a bomb expert tonight who was able to review those images and information and is now weighing in. Take a listen.
It could have a lot of factors. I mean, from my experiences, and I've been doing this for over 30 years, being a former bomb squad commander myself and having teams respond to a situation like this where you're, when it's in a vehicle like that, depends. It could have been, and I'm just speculating, right? Could be anything from somebody of a chemical in nature, that chemicals combined and cause some kind of detonation, or somebody may have actually had an improvised explosive device with using for whatever intentions. Could have been illegal intentions, could have been where they were just playing around, learning from the internet, unfortunately, or a mixture of all the above.
Tonight, investigators have not released the name of that victim or what exactly.
Bruh, CIA did that shit. CIA did that shit. Just like they did in Mexico. Look like the same shit, don't it? Look like the same kind of explosion. That's what it looked like to me. All right, let's go to 3 hours ago, see what they got. Probably the same bullshit. Hit that like button if you have yet to do so.
About this as well. Maybe this
If you've been here more than 5 minutes, we have entertained you and we've earned it.
impacted your commute yesterday. We have new information tonight about what happened when law enforcement closed a major stretch of the Eisenhower for hours yesterday morning.
Yeah, what authorities first described as a vehicle investigation is now being called an explosion that left one person dead. Authorities have now confirmed the incident that brought traffic to a halt on 290 near Mannheim Road Thursday morning was an explosion that killed one person. Investigators say there is no evidence that the explosion was connected to any other event and no indication that anyone else was involved. The discovery triggered a massive response from multiple agencies, including the FBI, the ATF, Illinois State Police, and local authorities. For hours, both directions of the Eisenhower were shut down as investigators examined a heavily damaged vehicle on the westbound side of the expressway. The closure left thousands of commuters stranded.
Bro, these news channels are the biggest fucking farce in the world, bro. All they do is repeat the same bullshit to y'all every 15 minutes on the 15-minute mark. God damn, boy. Jesus Christ. God damn. Shit. What's going on? They evacuated the Tucson Park Place Mall for a phone threat today. Thankfully, no one was injured. We're living in a fucking South Park episode. That's what's going on. That's what's going on.
And searching for answers, and for many, one question stood out. Despite the explosion, the vehicle appeared largely intact from a distance.
Look at this fucking guy.
Question stood out. Despite the explosion, the vehicle appeared largely intact from a distance, prompting speculation about what exactly happened inside. To better understand that, we spoke with a bomb expert. Take a listen.
Can have a lot of factors. I mean, from my experiences, and I've been doing this for over 30 years.
Nah, we heard you, fucko. Y'all ain't got no new fucking evidence. You lie. You just telling
determine exactly what.
Same shit, man. Same shit. It's a wrap. But yes, I see it, JP. Shy. That's why I brought it up. It's only because of the other explosion we haven't covered. We did cover. Also because it seems eerily similar to the Mexico coverage we did recently. Oh, you talking about the pagers exploding? We were going to cover it. You weren't here that day. I'm going to hold you to that one. But yeah. CIA did it. Fuck it. Shout out Ivy. Ivy got a theory. Let's hear it. I'm ready. Fire. Ice threw a flashbang in someone's car. Nah, flashbang. Well, yeah, nah. That would be crazy. And they're covering it up. Go on, yo, man. Yeah, we have to see who was in that car. What was his status? They're saying the DEA was watching him, so they didn't watch close enough. But that's crazy. Ice throw a flashbang in someone's car. Man, they get what they got coming to them. Shout out also to the 290 is just the worst shit. It would make sense that they would start trying to do enforcement on the highway. There isn't protesters. We live in a sick world, indeed. Indeed. Well, hello, motherfuckers. Hit that like button, y'all. Listen. Your boy gonna get the fuck out of here for real this time. Hundreds up in the chat for y'all. JP, thank you for gracing us with your presence. We appreciate you. All right. Shout out to my brother Oso. Shout out Zoraida. Shout out Shannon. Shout out Tere. Shout out Velez. Salute Ish. Shout out Miguel Lopez. Shout out 298 wherever he's at. Shout out Dap, TJ Betts, Leo, Sam, Johnny. Upper Echelon. Salute to y'all. We hung out. We did hood rat stuff with our friends. Shout out IB. Allegedly and hypothetically. Facts. Shout out Zoraida. Shout out Tom. Gilwood Ill. Salutes. Appreciate you. Thank you for joining us. Make sure you rewind and catch that replay game. What they got coming to them ICE is more funding. Coño, man.
Coño, man.
Not good. Shout out Leo. Shout out Tere. What's up with some Motomoto stories? We go with what we know. Join the Discord. Make a suggestion. I appreciate y'all. Y'all have a great weekend. Maybe you'll see me this weekend, maybe not. But there will be content dropping. Please support the content. Support the uploads. If there's stuff that you haven't seen on this channel, go back. Have you a binge, you know? Too much funding. Too much fucking funding.
Too much information and shit.
Get you some food, shot, and try to rest. I will. I'm going to try to not do no work. I'll leave that shit for tomorrow. Fuck. Shout out Tom. Salutes. Hundreds up to y'all. I appreciate y'all. Thank y'all. It was a great night. We had a good time. All right. With that said, I will holla. Peace.
But I wanted to do hood rat stuff for my friend.
Chinga su madre, ya valió.